All right. Good afternoon. This is the first meeting of the House Rules and Executive Nominations Committee for the 2024 session. We will start with a public hearing on 6 pieces of legislation today. That will be followed by a 5-minute break and then a voting session after that. So we're going to follow the order that's been published. The first piece of legislation is a bill. It's House Bill 1202. Delegate Fisher is the sponsor. Please come up, Delegate Fisher. If you could bring your panel with you.
A lot of people.
And Delegate Fisher, do you have any panelists who are virtual on your panel?
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. We have, we're going to ask people to adhere to a 2-minute limit on their testimony. Everyone, that should apply to everyone. And I ask you please not to repeat substantively things that have been said previously by someone else on the same piece of legislation, so that we can not have too much repetition and we can move along. We have quite a full list of witnesses today. So with that, Delegate Fisher, please begin.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and members of the committee. For the record, Delegate Mark Fisher, Calvert County. Before you was House Bill 1202, titled Amendments Convention, called under an Article 5 of the U.S. Constitution, Delegation to the Convention. This bill requires in the next regular session of the General Assembly, following the fulfillment of the required number of states invoking Article 5 of the United States Constitution, to convene an amendments convention that the General Assembly appoint a delegation to the convention and an advisory committee. The bill establishes requirements and responsibilities for commissioners to the delegation, in addition to establishing the composition and responsibilities of the advisory committee. Rather than hearing from me any further, we have a wonderful panel of individuals who are very distinguished. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I appreciate the time from you and from everyone from being here on a 1 o'clock on a Monday. Want to introduce?
Sure. I was going to speak first. My name is Steve Patton. Did you want me to introduce? All right. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's nice seeing everyone in person. This is great. Thank you for being here and thank you for allowing us to come speak. My name is Steve Patton, past State Director of Convention of States Action in Maryland and a resident of District 42C in Carroll County. While my past appearances before this committee have focused on advocating for an Article 5 Convention of States, that is not why I'm here today. I am here to address a pivotal solution to the concerns raised about an Article 5 convention. HB 1202 aims to set a framework for Maryland's participation in an Article 5 convention, ensuring our state is prepared, our commissioners are properly guided, and accountability mechanisms are put in place. I'm sure you've heard the arguments against an Article 5 convention, or maybe you've raised them yourselves. Objections like an Article 5 convention has no known procedures. It would be uncontrolled. There are no guidelines. This bill is crafted precisely to navigate these uncertainties by establishing clear, stringent guidelines for Maryland's commissioners, holding them to the highest standards and providing clear instructions, including a removal process if they deviate from the rules you set. I ask you, as stewards of Maryland's future, to support HB 1202. Maryland will participate. Even if an Article 5 convention resolution is never passed in this body, you will be tasked with sending commissioners to represent the citizens of Maryland when such a convention happens. An Article 5 convention is coming. It is no longer a matter of if, but when. Finally, this bill is not just about preparing for an Article 5 convention. It's about affirming our commitment to responsible governance, accountability, and the principles of foresight and preparation. I ask you to seize this opportunity and to ensure Maryland is ready, not just for an Article 5 convention, but for a future where our state leads by example in constitutional dialogue and democracy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Healy, and good afternoon, Your Honors. Happy to be here. My name's Tom Izett, celebrating my 3rd decade as a Maryland citizen, and happy to now be involved with the Convention of States in this important initiative. And I'd like to just build a little bit upon what Steve mentioned here and give a little bit more detail to his good overview of HB 1202 and specifically how it defines some of Maryland's rules of engagement for the process. And it should be noted that, these rules will apply for whatever purpose the combination of blue and purple and red states may deem necessary to hold one of the Article 5 conventions. So as a for instance, I'll note first that it establishes an oversight committee as part of the General Assembly. It also specifies the number of commissioners in our delegation, as well as how they're selected. How the General Assembly holds commissioners accountable to the will of the state is covered, and that's inclusive of a recall process. And critically, it assures that there will be no changes whatsoever to the Constitution's Bill of Rights or any of its civil rights amendments. And finally, it covers procedural matters like the selection of the commissioners of their chair. So as noted, once 34 states agree to meet, all 50 states will be invited. So with the passage of this bill, it will be a tremendous opportunity for us to engage in what will ultimately make the country and Maryland safer and more affordable and more competitive. And as Governor Moore has noted in his priorities, ultimately it's going to help make Maryland the state that services, inclusive of this opportunity for an important and interesting democratic process. So thank you, delegates, for what I hope you will find is an easy vote in favor of HB 1202, which enables our delegation to other states in an organized fashion to get this important work done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is John Kelly Jr. I was born and raised in Maryland, grew up in Greenbelt, and went to DeMatha High School. I'm the oldest of 12 children and the father of 5, being married 41 years to my wife, Debbie. After high school, I became a union electrician through Local 26. I started my own company, Kelly Generator and Equipment, in 1992 with 2 employees. And 31 years later, we have just over 100 employees, both in Maryland and Pennsylvania. I've had many opportunities to interface with state and federal government representatives as both a private citizen and business owner, which has led me to the conclusion we need term limits at the federal level. The government in our country was meant to serve and protect private citizens in the private sector, and the only way to get more needed private sector experience in government is through term limits. By letting new people serve every few years and then return to the private sector, new talent can then bring in current business and education experience, thereby helping the communities around us. What we have now are career politicians who have little to no understanding of private sector needs. Most every business owner I know will attest to the very poor results the government is producing now and throughout my lifetime, regardless of party affiliation. It is clear to me that a convention of states in Article 5 is the only way at this time to have term limits assured, as federal legislators will never term limit themselves out of a job. I urge you to pass HB 1202 to put guidelines around such a convention to ensure it is kept within the subject matters of fiscal restraints, overreach, and term limits at the time the Convention of States is called. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that your entire panel?
No, there are other people.
How
are here.
how many people are in your panel?
We know how many.
It's a total of 10.
Okay, I mean, there's usually a panel and then witnesses. Are you talking about, these are all on your panel?
That's right.
Okay, well then continue on. The next person, Sandra Warsham? Yes. Thank you. Would you bring the next group of people up so that we can move things along? The next 3 people
Thanks.
anyway.
They're en route.
Sandra Warsham, Robert Betts, and Paul Macri.
Start.
Hi, my name is Sandra Warsham, and I decided to come here today because I believe that we have a lot in common. I think that we all have families and people that are dependent on us to do our jobs well and to take care of them and to provide for their future. I think we all want to live, retire, and leave behind a free society and a safe United States. In my opinion, you have one benefit over me, and that is you have the power and the opportunity to protect all of our rights and to ensure we leave behind that free and safe society. I believe that the federal government thinks that it can do its job, your job better than you. I think that it's always encroaching on our rights and imposing regulations that have not been approved by elected leaders. I think that's why I support Convention of States so strongly and why I support this bill. And many agree with me. 19 Convention of States applications have been filed whose purpose is to limit the federal government's size, scope, and power. I think it's obvious that voters want the federal government out of your and our back pocket. If they were doing a stellar job, we'd probably be less adamant, but I don't believe they are. We want to see positive change, and change can happen if Maryland joins the numerous other states who have previously passed their their Convention of States resolutions and takes the action permitted to it by Article 5. We'd like each arm of government to do its work and not overstep its boundaries. We may have differing opinions about just how much the federal government has increased the scope of its power beyond what was originally intended. But I think we can all agree that if no action is taken, it'll only get worse. So I ask you to lead and pass this bill out of committee, allow the floor to engage in a full debate on this important delegation to the convention. And I ask you to support the legislation to provide a framework for that convention when it's called. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bob Betts, and I live in District 9A with over 600 other Marylanders who support a convention of states. We're asking you today to please send House Bill 1202 to the full House for a fair discussion, debate, and a vote. You're aware that a convention of states is a meeting of all 50 states to discuss and propose amendments on 3 topics: federal overreach, fiscal restraint, and term limits. It's a simple concept, but some people feel there are good reasons to oppose a convention. You've heard them, and maybe you hold some of them yourself. Instead of explaining why they're not valid this year, I'm going to explain how you can prevent them by passing this bill. First, people say, and you've heard my colleagues say so, that there aren't any rules for how to hold a convention, and that's true. Just like there aren't any rules for how Congress proposes amendments. But that won't be a problem if you pass HB 1202, because it creates rules telling Maryland's delegates exactly how to conduct our state's business at a convention. Every state's delegation is going to have similar rules, and the only things to decide when the convention starts are going to be administrative details. Second, some people think that a convention of states could run away and completely rewrite the Constitution. HB 1202 also makes that impossible by limiting our delegates to working on the convention's 3 topics. It can also set penalties allowing recall and replacement of delegates who deviate from Maryland's instructions. And last, for today, this bill lets you and the rest of the House address anything else that concerns you. Should delegates be paid? Add it to the bill. How many should go and where do we pick them? Add that to the bill too. HB 1202 can address everyone's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha, my name is Paul Macri. I'm a retired commander from the Navy, and I'm in District 38, and I'm also the Maryland State Grassroots Coordinator. We have 4 steps for the convention. It's to pass the resolution. The second is to do the rules. The third, to get the commissioners, and the fourth is to actually attend it. So right now in Maryland, we're doing step 1. We set that aside, and we're focusing on step 2 right now. So supporters and opponents alike, they have questions and fears of the unknown. So putting the rules in place in advance alleviates fear. This eliminates the runaway convention fear. Since Governor Newsom of California has expressed interest in doing an Article 5 convention, we're involved in a bipartisan solution. So it's state number 34 passing, that triggers all 50 states to be involved in this. And none of us wants to be embarrassed by being unprepared. And this is our opportunity. So as a group, our Maryland team decided to address the false narratives and the what ifs. The rules are fact-based. It's step-by-step framework. It has boundaries and accountability and allows you to recall a rogue commissioner if you so desire and to solve other problems. Passing the delegation to the convention bill will remove the fear of the unknown and engage in a productive discussion. Thanks for listening to all of us.
Sorry, the next witnesses will be James Law,
Yes, ma'am.
Chuck Thompson, Nancy Dahl, and Will Zwart.
Thank you. Hello, thank you all for attention. Yeah, my name is Jim Law. I am from Vietnam as a refugee that came here after the Fort Saigon in 1975. And I'm one of the boat people, and we make to East Malaysia, but 100,000 others didn't make it. All right. We lived in a refugee camp for 14 months. Imagine without electricity and water. And although we asked for asylum in Malaysia and many other countries, they refused to accept us. America, the only country that take us. And eventually, the First Baptist Church in Tennessee brought us to the United States, helped me to learn English, to work, to go to school without any help from the government. All right. So, back when 1979, my parents left China on foot to escape communists in China. Then the same thing happened in Vietnam. They risked everything to escape the communists a second time, and this time with me. And imagine the government had the power to change the national currency twice in 3 years when we lived in Vietnam. We woke up one morning and everything my parents had worked for was gone, including their life saving and their business. There was no food for weeks. Chinese Vietnamese like me were being imprisoned and prosecuted. We couldn't travel more than 100 miles. We couldn't criticize the government. And everyone used a bicycle instead of, car because there are no gas. So I see the same thing here. Our federal government is becoming so powerful and much like the central government in Vietnam and China. And I ask you, please, to pass this bill so Maryland will be prepared to join the convention to help put our government in order. This won't happen here. Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Chuck Thompson and live in District 31. You've heard testimony about the need for a process to select and instruct commissioners for an Article 5 Convention of States. This is because Americans are getting frustrated with certain aspects of the federal government and are looking for solutions. For example, federal deficit spending is harming all Americans, and a Convention of States where federal spending will be discussed is the only way this can be addressed. As an illustration, how would your constituents feel if they bought a dozen eggs and a pound of bacon, only to come home to find out they have 6 eggs and 8 ounces of bacon because the federal government changed the definition of a dozen and a pound? This may sound ridiculous, but in fact, this is what's happening all around us. Take my parents who have been retired for the last 30 years. Their monthly pension is currently buying less food, transportation, and housing. Let me provide a quick example to quantify my point. When my father retired, his monthly pension could purchase 443 Big Macs. Today, only 210. That's over a 50% reduction in his purchasing power. This is because the definition of what a dollar can buy has changed. Next, my children, rates for mortgages, used cars, and credit cards have all increased dramatically. In addition, due to the reduction in the value of their savings, they must now work longer to make up for the losses. How about my grandchildren? When they enter the workforce, a huge portion of their taxes will be diverted to pay interest expense on the federal debt, leaving less for them to build their future. What's true for my family is and will be experienced by all other families across the state of Maryland. The members of this committee have the authority and the opportunity to address these issues through supporting and leading a convention of states. I call on you to support HB 1202 to put in place guidelines for commissioners to facilitate such a national dialogue. Your constituents' prosperity is dependent upon your actions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next. Ms. Dahl?
Yeah, Nancy Dahl, good afternoon. No other country has the likes of our constitutional republic. But as great as it is, without oversight, it is not indestructible. The states have the responsibility to maintain the balance of powers and be the watchdog over our federal government. Article 5 of the Constitution was meant to be used by the states for this very purpose. 19 states have passed a Convention of States resolution. 16 states have passed legislation similar to HB 1202 because they recognize that explicit rules around a convention are needed. I recently spoke to a member of the House who believes there could be a runaway convention. This bill addresses those concerns and more. It will help legislators truly understand how this process can work, such as having a legislative oversight committee with the authority to immediately discharge a delegate who does not abide by the rules set out for them. Putting blocks in place to bar any outside influence, which includes that no monetary donations can be accepted. No different from Congress, there's a possibility that no amendments would pass. There is, however, no better way to fix issues with the federal government than by the states working together towards lasting solutions that could also strengthen state legislators' power. With your decisive action, Maryland can be a leader in becoming prepared and knowledgeable about how to hold a convention of states and have it run smoothly. With the guidance and knowledge that can be gained via this bill, Maryland can move forward with clarity in this process. Please vote in favor of this bill to assist Maryland in paving the way by setting standards that would be powerful and profound. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Will Zwart. I'm from District 36, and I've been with Convention of States for about 3 years now. I won't take up too much time because I only have 3 things to say. Number 1, the Convention of States is inevitable. Only 15 more states need to pass the resolution. There are very active teams and legislation in all 50 states. There are 2.5 million supporters from a diverse range of groups, and these numbers are increasing by the day. Just next door in Massachusetts, a Democrat-led committee just like this one passed the resolution, and with a Democrat sponsor. There are also Democrat sponsors in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. And those are the actual resolutions. This bill is just the safeguards. So all the experts agree the Convention of States is nonpartisan, and it's going to happen. Number 2, with all this in mind, Maryland needs to be prepared. Even if we don't pass the resolution, though of course we should, other states will. And Maryland can't be caught unprepared. That's why I strongly advocate for HB 1202. Maryland must have a voice at the inevitable convention, and we must have a way to hold those commissioners we send accountable. This legislation will reinforce an already concrete process by ensuring those commissioners are beholden to you, the General Assembly, and not under the influence of special interest or, let's say, radical groups to pass one-sided amendments. The convention is coming, and Maryland must be prepared. Number 3, I just want to thank everyone for your time and assure you that Convention of States is the only democratic solution to the problem of Washington's extremism. And it's a process that has plenty of precedent and is so heavily supported by both sides of the aisle that it will eventually happen. The question is, will Maryland be caught unprepared, or are we going to be fully equipped to participate in one of the most important political events in American history? And we can do that with HB 1202. I urge you to vote favorably. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes all the witnesses who signed up to speak on this bill. I'm asking, does any member of the committee have any questions for any of the witnesses? Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question, I guess, would be for the sponsor, Delegate Fisher. One of your witnesses alluded to a runaway convention, without limits. How can you assure us that this Article 5 convention could stay focused on very limited things?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. The resolution that is passed in the 19 states limits the conversation at the Article 5 Convention of States to 3 subjects. And those subjects have to be discussed, and they are very narrow subjects. Term limits, fiscal responsibility, this is all at the federal level, as well as pushing back on the administrative state and federal authority thereof. So those are the subject matters. And that's how you don't have a runaway convention. So to the extent that a state passes the Convention of States resolution, and we obviously need 34 states to do this, but there are 19 that have already passed it. And so those who don't pass it are going to want to still send individuals to this convention. So that's how you limit it, is by passing the Convention of States itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other, Delegate Pippy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this question is for the sponsor, the gentleman to your right. The framework that is outlined in this proposal, is that similar to the other states that passed the framework? Is it like a template per se, or if you could just explain that piece?
It is, it's a template. The thought process is that, of course, the states will want to be uniform and how many delegates they send and the age of the delegates or the minimum age and so forth. And I think that's a requirement. But if I may, I would like to defer to the COS head here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Delegate Pippi, for the question. Yeah, so we call this model commissioner legislation. There's a framework that the COS national organization has put together for states to use. That framework is actually based on 11 states that have already passed what we call model commissioner legislation. So the exact numbers are 16 of the past states that have passed, of the 19 that have passed this, the main COS resolution, have some kind of model commissioner legislation involved. And that legislation can involve criminal penalties, which our legislation here in Maryland today does not, but it definitely has commissioner selection. And it also has an outline for an advisory committee that would oversee the delegation. The number of states outside of the states that have passed the main COS resolution is 11. And then there's active legislation in looks like about a dozen. There's active legislation that are in states that do not have not passed the COS resolution already.
So how many total was it? You said 11 plus 11?
Yes.
So 22 states have passed the framework.
Or so 16 have passed, and then 11 states have active legislation.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other members? Yes, Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the sponsor and your panel. Excellent job. So it's clearly, we made the point, I do believe, that, invoking Article 5 is very narrow in scope and very limited. And you just mentioned the 3 categories that it limits Article 5 to. So first of all, in your opinion, as the sponsor, do you think, first of all, that the federal government is doing good in those 3 categories? And how do you think the public feels about that as well? And why do you think this bill is necessary?
Sure, you want to do that? I mean, I certainly thank you for the question. Clearly, our country has, the last time I checked about a month ago, $34 trillion of debt. For a country to do that to its people, it requires Republicans and Democrats to do that, not just one party. So both parties have done that to the people. And by done that, I mean, we have inflation, and we're soon going to probably have a devaluation of our currency as a result of it, which makes everyone poorer and hurts, of course, the least among us and retirees the most. So no, the federal government is not doing a good job. The federal government is destroying the country with its spending problem. And that includes, to be clear, Republicans and Democrats, both parties.
And to answer the term limit side, I would say we've done polling through our organization, and term limits on federal officials and elected officials, it polls close to 80% by the public.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, that will be the, I wanted you to know that there are also written testimony in the record, and there a number of what we finished with all the witnesses that wanted to testify before us today. So that concludes the public hearing on House Bill 1202.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Delegate Acevero in the room or available? Is he just outside the room? If not, we'll give him a minute. Is he coming? If not, we can move to Delegate Martinez, and we'll come back to House Joint Resolution 2. We'll take Delegate Martinez, House Joint Resolution 8. Can you hand me number 8? Delegate Martinez, you weren't here when I opened the meeting. Everyone is following a 2-minute limit.
Okay,
Thank you.
no, of course, thank you. So good morning, excuse me, we are in the afternoon now. Good afternoon, members of the House Rules and Economic Nominations, Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Delegate Ashanti Martinez, for the record, here to urge a favorable report on House Joint Resolution 8, which condemns Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism. I introduced this resolution in response to the rise in hate crimes that have surged against Muslim, Palestinian, Arab, and Jewish communities. On October 25th of last year, the Council on American Islamic Relations, or CAIR, the nation's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, said it received nationally 774 reported complaints due to the horrific attack that took place in Israel on October 7th. 2 weeks later, on November 9th, CAIR reported they received over 1,200 requests for help and reports of bias. The data from the request for help and reports of bias reflected a large surge of Islamophobia and anti-Arab hate they had not seen in quite a while. CAIR Research and Advocacy Director Corey Slater stated the 1,200 complaints they have received over the last few months represent an over 200% increase in requests for help and reports of bias. 1 month later, CAIR issued another press release with over 223 complaints recorded from October 9th through December 2nd here in Maryland. A few of notable cases that were reported from the different counties around the state and Baltimore City include: in Montgomery County, there was a bomb threat at a Silver Spring Mosque forcing evacuation during a Friday congregational prayer. A Muslim student was singled out as a terrorist in class by a teacher during discussion about the Israel and Hamas conflict. In Washington County, students were questioned by law enforcement while playing basketball. These students were Arab and Muslim. In Baltimore City, vandalism of an Arab-owned business, threats and slurs against community members attending a ceasefire demonstration. In my own home county of Prince George's, students locked in a classroom and lights shut off because of who they are. Hate has no place anywhere in Maryland, and I ask that we stand with all of our communities by signing and passing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Martinez, do you have a sponsor panel?
I believe Zainab should be.
And are any of your
She might be on Zoom.
that was my next question.
Yep.
Are any of your panelists, your sponsor panel, on Zoom?
Yep, and she's on the screen.
Okay, well then, and is that,
That's all for the sponsor panel.
okay, just one, okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. For the record, can the panelist please state your name?
Sure. Thank you so much, Chair Healy, members of the House Rules and Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Dr. Zainab, Z-A-I-N-A-B Chaudhry, C-H-A-U-D-R-Y. And on behalf of CAIR, the Council on American Islamic Relations, America's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, I thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Joint Resolution 8. This resolution condemns Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism. It encourages awareness and commits to supporting certain legislation and policies to discourage these types of hatred. As Delegate Martinez mentioned, in recent months, our state has seen an unprecedented surge of hate bias motivated violence and incidents targeting Christian and Muslim Palestinians and Muslim and Jewish communities. Between October 9th through December 2nd, 2023, our office recorded 223 hate bias incidents and requests for assistance. As compared to September of 2023, as you can see in your testimony, my testimony before you, the months of October and November saw a 4 to 5-fold increase in the number of reports of incidents and requests for assistance that came to our office. Censorship and First Amendment free speech rights have become a growing concern, especially among students and educators in schools and employees in the workplace. Within the testimony before you, you have some examples of some of the incidents that have come into our office. Several mosques have been targeted by hate bias, threats that have forced evacuations during Friday Jummah prayers. Students who have been peacefully demonstrating, expressing their First Amendment free speech rights have been heckled and harassed, just basically, demonstrating their solidarity and support for humanity. There have been numerous road rage incidents that have been reported to our office. Synagogues have also been vandalized. Churches have been vandalized. And we really want to just use this opportunity to showcase what the values are that we value in Maryland. What are the core values that we cherish and prize in Maryland? This resolution would affirm Maryland's values of inclusivity and tolerance and promote awareness about the dangers of hatred. It would play a crucial role in promoting equality, protecting human rights, fostering social cohesion, preventing violence, raising awareness, and establishing mechanisms to combat hatred in all of its forms. Therefore, we respectfully urge a favorable report on House Joint Resolution 8, and we believe it ties in with the House Speaker's agenda to promote decency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any witnesses, are there any questions from the committee for the sponsor or his panelist? Delegate Atterbury.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Delegate Martinez. Just a quick question, because your time ran out at the end. You were talking about students locked in a classroom, I think. The time ran out. Could you just tell us where that was and what happened?
Yes, so that was an incident that happened in Prince George's County. There were a group of students who were actually praying, and they were locked in the classroom and their lights were shut off. It's an incident that was reported to CARE, so I can try to get you more information about that particular incident. Mm-hmm.
Are there any other questions? Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to thank the sponsor of the resolution for his thoughtful candor as he's gone about proposing this resolution, and how he has worked with so many members, particularly of the House, to, I think, advocate on behalf of all those who he worked with on this. I just really appreciate him and lift up that type of that's the way we do business here in the Maryland legislature. We try to talk to all affected parties early and work towards conclusion. So I just thank you for the way you've gone about it.
No, I appreciate that. And, you know, one of the proudest things about this resolution is that it is bipartisan support. There's bipartisan co-sponsors. And it's something that, you know, we really wanted to talk with anyone that wanted to condemn hate to sign on. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Delegate Barnes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, also thank you for your leadership on this. I noticed, I think we could all agree to condemn Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism. Should we also, I assume it was an oversight, add anti-Israeli hate as well?
You know, I purposely wanted to include the words Palestinian, because I think in this moment, there is a almost retraction from saying that word and to speak about the ills that are happening to them in particular as a community. There's also a large Christian Palestinian community that's been targeted as well, and naming just Islamophobia doesn't connect with them. I'm open to potential changes. We've spoken with some of our colleagues about maybe changing it to Arab American, but I do think having Palestinian named is really powerful for that community, particularly in this moment.
And if I could just quickly add on to what Delegate Martinez mentioned to that particular point.
Excuse me, the question was for the sponsor of the bill. Thank you.
No problem, of course.
Did you also want to ask the question to the panelists? Okay, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. At this time, we're going to take a panelist, the only three people on a panel in opposition to yours, and then we'll go back to all the positive testimony. So
thank you guys for your time.
We're going to go to a virtual witness, Meredith Weisel, individual witness in person, Abigail Snyder, and individual witness, Deborah Miller, who are both in person. So when you're ready, begin.
Would you like Meredith to go first, Madam Chair, or us?
As long as you say who you are, we can.
Okay, great.
That's fine.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Abby Snyder, Director of Government Relations for the Baltimore Jewish Council, which represents the Associated Jewish Federation of Baltimore and its agencies, as well as the organized Jewish community of Greater Baltimore, here today in strong opposition to HJ8. HJ8 seeks to condemn Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism, encourage certain awareness initiatives, and commit to supporting certain legislation and policies. However, nowhere in House Resolution 8 does it condemn anti-Israel hate. It states that Maryland was founded on the principles of equality, justice, and respect for the rights and dignity of all individuals. That Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism are forms of discrimination and bigotry that undermine the principles of diversity, tolerance, and mutual respect. However, nowhere in House Resolution 8 does it state that anti-Israel hate also undermines the principles of diversity, tolerance, and mutual respect. It states that fostering a culture of understanding, acceptance, and appreciation for religious and ethnic diversity is essential to building a just and harmonious society. However, it does not acknowledge Israel or Israelis as part of this harmonious society. It states that combating Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism requires collective effort of government, civil society, and communities to promote tolerance, inclusion, and education. However, nowhere in House Resolution 8 does it state that anti-Israel hate deserves the same requirements. To recognize one side of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but not the other, directly goes against the principles of equality, justice, and respect. When brought to the attention of the resolution sponsored by other legislative colleagues, there was an unwillingness to amend this resolution to either include anti-Israel or simply focus on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. This intentionally biased resolution that is meant to condemn hate, in fact, does the opposite. And for these reasons, we urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Deborah Miller, the Maryland Director of the Jewish Community Relations Council of Greater Washington. The JCRC is strongly opposed to House Joint Resolution 8. Since our agency's inception in 1938, we have worked to promote tolerance, inclusivity, and understanding through our coalition building, educational programming, and extensive interfaith outreach. We realize that when one marginalized group is under attack, all marginalized groups are under attack. We cannot support the resolution which fails to include and condemn anti-Israel hate, especially at this moment when anti-Semitism is at an all-time high. The vast majority of Jews consider Israel to be part of their identity. Thus, to draft a resolution which ignores this reality is tone deaf, harmful, and dehumanizing. The complexity of what it means to be Jewish is erased if anti-Semitism is condemned, but anti-Israel hate is not. In the months following the October 7th massacre in Israel, anti-Semitism exploded across the nation and here in Maryland. Our Judaism will not be separated from Israel. Bifurcating the two erases a core part of our identity. And if they could be separated, anti-Semitism would not have spiked after October 7th. It is precisely because so many previous efforts to address anti-Semitism omitted this core aspect of Jew hatred, and they failed or were insufficient. The language of this resolution cannot combat anti-Semitism. Instead, it will exacerbate and inflame both anti-Jewish and anti-Israel hate, as the two are inextricably linked. This delegitimization of Israel feeds into anti-Semitic tropes and ignores the Jewish connection to our ancestral homeland for thousands of years. This resolution is ill-conceived and will not assuage the pain and suffering both Muslims and Jews are experiencing at this time. For this reasons, we oppose House Joint Resolution 8.
Next is on Zoom.
Am I good to go?
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Meredith Weisel with the Anti-Defamation League, a leading anti-hate organization that has been around since 1913. Our mission of the ADL is to stop the defamation of the Jewish people and secure justice and fair treatment for all. We are also opposed to HJ8 for many of the reasons that have already been stated. House Resolution 8 is completely imbalanced in its goal of condemning Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism by failing to acknowledge the spike in anti-Israel hate that is also present in our Maryland communities. To pass a resolution that has such a glaring omission, centering only on some of the impacted communities at the expense of others at a time when we are experiencing incidents of hatred that is impacting both the Muslim and the Jewish communities. Anti-Palestinian hatred has no place in Maryland, nor does anti-Israel hatred. And to acknowledge one over the other does not protect the people of Maryland. In fact, we strongly believe that this is going to exacerbate the fear and pain that many are experiencing due to the war that is happening between Israel and Hamas. We cannot give room and allow hate to flourish. So for all of these reasons, we ask for an unfavorable report of House Joint Resolution 8. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from any members of the committee for this panel? Seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, sorry. Delegate Boyce, sorry.
No problem, Madam Chair. Thank you so much. And thank you. I just want to be clear. You're actually favorable if it was amended.
We were told that it was not going to be amended,
Uh,
that was not an option, which is why we are opposed.
Okay.
Are there any other questions from the committee? Delegate Lewis.
First, thank you guys for coming. I just want to follow up on Delegate Boyce's. So if there was some addition of adding anti-Israeli hate, your position would change.
I don't want to speak for everyone, but I do believe if anti-Israel was added in, or if anti-Palestinian was removed, so it was just anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, we would be open to that.
Okay, I would just wanted it clear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We will now return to the those in favor. We'll start with Imam Shahada. I hope I said your name properly. Also Samia Mohammed and Andrea Crooms to start.
Do I just, all right. Good afternoon. My name is Iman Shahadi. I am a Palestinian resident of Howard County. I am in strong favor of this resolution because anti-Palestinian hate has been widespread since October 7th, and even before that too. We work with a lot of Jewish community members, and we believe strongly that Judaism and Zionism do not equal the same thing. And so I just wanted to respond to one of the comments that was said before, that they would be in favor of it if anti-Israeli hate was added, and anti-Palestinian, that word was removed from it. Well, we wouldn't, that would take away from a lot of what the meaning of this bill would be, because anti-Palestinian hate is what we are focusing on right now. And that's okay. I'm all right. I realize I signed up to testify for both resolutions, but I'm mainly going to be testifying for the Delegate Acevero's resolution. So I'm going to yield to the next person.
Good afternoon, committee and chair. My name is Andrea Crooms. I am an expert on international law. I've served at the Georgetown Institute of International Law as a faculty member for nearly a decade. I'm also an expert in criminology, and particularly in the establishment of the systems and the de-establishment of the systems that oppress people, particularly Black people in America. I am in support of this resolution and argue for a favorable report, because as we work through the complex issues in the Levant, the complex issues in North Africa, the complex issues in the place that we call the Middle East, the complex issues dealing with the rise of populist fascist regimes across the world, particularly in Europe, we'll have a lot of complexity as home as we have those conversations. We need young people to be able to have those conversations safely. We need to stay that Maryland continues to be a place that is a haven for all people. It is a place of equity. It is a place of equality. It is a place where you are safe to be, whoever it is that you are. We see a rise in anti-Semitism. We see a rise in Islamophobia, and we see a rise in hate against the people that have no country, the Palestinians. And so I urge a favorable report on this, House Resolution 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Samia Mohammed, who is virtual.
Yes, hi,
Yes.
thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Delegate Ann Healy, Vice Chair Delegate Martin Holmes, and distinguished members of the Rules Committee. My name is Samia Mohammed, and I'm here on behalf of Islamic Maryland Action Network, representing 350,000 Maryland Muslims who strongly support the bill HA 008, titled Condemning Islamophobia, Anti-Palestinian Hate, and Anti-Semitism. We have unfortunately witnessed rising hate against Muslims, Palestinians, and Jewish communities throughout America since October of last year. In Maryland alone, what's been mentioned already, as CARE has noted, 223 hate biases against Muslims specifically from October to December of 2023. This should be alarming to all of us. We have seen incidents during protests where protesters are being harassed. We would also like to point out that criticisms of the Israeli government should not be conflated with anti-Semitism. Looking at the resolution as it stands, no country is mentioned. Palestinians in general would be an ethnic, we would look at them as an ethnic group. Islamophobia represents Muslims. Not all Palestinians are Muslim. We have Christian Palestinians and other religious bodies. Last week, during Muslim Lobby Day here in Annapolis, a constituent who is visibly a Muslim woman on her way to meet her lawmaker was approached by an unknown male and was told, "People like you don't belong here. You support terrorists." This was an Islamophobic hate incident, and I would also add an anti-Palestinian hate based on some of the bills being lobbied that day. The Muslim woman who experienced this unfortunate event does belong here, and we need to make it clear that the only thing that doesn't belong in Annapolis and in the state of Maryland is hate and bigotry. So with that, we humbly ask this committee to swiftly pass this bill and stand against hate and stand with all of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, call up the next few witnesses. Virtual Selma Sharaf and Tala Mehmood and Ida Kenna. Salma, you could go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I have a short statement to make today. I'll say that as someone who grew up Muslim and Arab American, was born and raised in the US, I first faced discrimination here in the state of Maryland as a child in the early 2000s due to targeting of the Muslim and Arab community after 9/11. And over the years, due to my choice to wear the hijab. Most recently, myself and other Muslims and Arab Americans have been living through fear due to the October 7 incident and the severe increase in anti-Arab and anti-Muslim hate that we have faced. Making something as simple as walking down the street a cause for fear. Last November, 3 Palestinian college students, Hisham Awartani, Kenan Abdelhamid, and Tahsin Ali Ahmed, were shot over Thanksgiving break simply walking down the street. Last October, 6-year-old Palestinian Wadia Al-Fayoumi and his mother, Hanan Shaheen, were stabbed, and the 6-year-old was fatally stabbed. He died by their landlord. What we've seen is that there's a severe increase in anti-Semitism, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Muslim hate, especially most recently after October 7th, as presented in the data by Delegate Martinez. So I'm not sure who of us who believes in equality and respect for our fellow Marylanders would oppose a bill that simply states that Maryland does not allow hate towards Muslims, Jews, and Palestinians, and that hate has no home in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Stella, and I am a physician. I'm an ICU and a palliative care doctor. And compassion is something that I learned as I moved to the state of Maryland to train in palliative care. And it was the privilege that I had to learn with the people of Maryland what compassion looked like. It is calling to the compassion of this body to recognize that hate has no place in Maryland. And we all have a right to equitably be here in this state and be able to criticize a government for its actions should not be conflated by any means as anti-Semitism. The state of Israel has carried out questionable acts over the last few months, and their government should be criticized for it. And anyone saying that is not criticizing the state of Israel as it exists or has a right to exist. No one is criticizing what it means to be of Jewish faith. and no one is criticizing what it means for Israeli and Palestinian people to live together in the Middle East. So with that, I would like to speak in favor of this bill. And if Delegate Martinez is open to amendments in it, he should be. However, criticism of the state of Israel for its actions should not be conflated with anti-Semitism. For a safe and equitable state of Maryland for all of us to exist, and we should condemn hate speech, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and anti-Palestinian sentiment. Thank you.
Is Ida Kenna here? If not, we'll go to Raed Taya, Khaled Abu Hadtab, and Riyam Azam. Are any of them here? None of them? Oh, I'm sorry, you're online. I apologize. But let's see. Is that Ida there anywhere? No. Raed Taya,
Yes, ma'am.
would you please go next? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Raed Taya. I'm an attorney in Montgomery County. I'm also a Palestinian American. Proud to be an American, proud of my Palestinian roots. I'm a father and I'm a leader in the local Muslim and Palestinian American community. And I asked for a favorable return on this resolution. We have witnessed, and I personally have witnessed, a sharp rise in anti-Palestinian and Islamophobic acts within Montgomery County, a county that I love so much. I love living in Maryland, and but this is a sore spot for us. I was at a protest, or a rally rather, in Rockville on November 5th, when a group of pro-Israel thugs showed up and started threatening us with killing us. Someone assaulted me and got in my face and said, "We killed your Muslim brothers. What are you going to do?" We have students who are scared to express their identity of being of Palestinian heritage for fear of being labeled anti-Semitic. And this is happening in the Montgomery County public schools. And I've spoken to a principal directly about this. And so by you adopting this resolution, voting it favorably out of committee, you are recognizing the pain and the hurt that not just Palestinian, not just Muslim, but anyone who is donning, a keffiyeh, a checkered scarf like this, or displaying a Palestinian flag, or even speaking up for Palestinian rights, you are recognizing the pain and suffering and the threatening environment that they are living in. And the fact that there is opposition to this by some groups in Maryland is merely a continuation of attempts to bully and to silence and to intimidate anyone who would threaten the status quo. And the status quo is being in lockstep with Israel. So I ask that you reject that bullying and that you vote this out of committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next would be Khaled Abu Hadab. I'm sorry if I'm not saying your name correctly.
No worry, that was good enough. Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Khaled Abu Hatab. I'm a Palestinian American, a resident of Montgomery County, Maryland, a proud resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. I stand before you today to express my full support for the House Joint Resolution 8, condemning Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian and Arab hate, and anti-Semitism. This bill represents a crucial step towards fostering a society that embraces diversity, tolerance, and mutual respect. I have prepared something scripted here to talk about, but I feel more, I want to speak from the heart, just like my close friend Raed was just talking. We experienced this hate. We were at rallies where we were bullied, we were called names, we were screamed at, we were threatened. I have my own children. I have a high schooler who told me one time that he would love to go out to school with a keffiyeh on him, or wearing something that shows his pride in being Palestinian and in support of the Palestinian cause, but he's scared. He doesn't know what to expect. He doesn't know what will happen if any of his schoolmates would attack him, or his teachers would have a different view of him. That's why I'm speaking to you today. I urge a favor report on House Joint Resolution 8. And I think we should all stand together against hate, discrimination, and work towards a future where all individuals can live free of fear and prejudice in the state of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Arif Azam.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm here to speak from the heart as a Muslim Arab American. When I reflect back on my years growing up, one thing that features prominently is the pain I faced due to Islamophobia and anti-Arab hate. When I was very young, I attributed the mistreatment to my mom's head covering. As I got older, I realized that my own social studies books, the movies my classmates watched, the media, and the language our politicians used were to blame. By the time I reached 9th grade, I resolved to take a proactive stance by addressing ahead of time the chapter on Islam and the Middle East with my world history teacher, a chapter that was full of shocking disinformation and Islamophobia. I brought my teacher resources, but she refused to engage. Not only that, but she insisted on showing the class a bizarre Islamophobic video. I still remember vividly as one of my friends kept turning to me during class with looks of shock and horror, and me feeling embarrassed and helpless that I could not stem the disinformation and keep Islamophobia from spreading even among my own classmates. Just like anti-Semitism laid the foundation for German citizens to accept the Holocaust, Islamophobia and anti-Arab hate have laid the foundation for the violence we are witnessing today. Palestinians are bearing the worst brunt of it, but that hate has been rearing its ugly head here in America, as other witnesses have already testified. In the last 5 months, we've witnessed a dramatic increase in hate crimes against the Muslim and Arab communities, including murder and attempted murder. Even those who merely appear to support Palestinians have been attacked in broad daylight. This should serve as a wake-up call to our leadership. Everyone in a position of influence, from educators to politicians, must tackle the dangerous phenomena of Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism head-on and take every measure to address and root out such hate. We cannot afford to let it fester any longer if we sincerely desire progress for our nation and the world at large. Thank you.
Next, we have in person Mahmoud Abu El-Rus and Mary L. Jordak and Mahid Khan. Please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mahmoud Abu-Rus. I am a resident of Howard County, District 13 for the past 30 years. I'm a Palestinian, I'm a Muslim, I'm a father of 3 girls. I was born and raised in this country and made lifelong friends with Christian, Jewish, and Americans of other faiths through my childhood and adult years. And I have found that most Americans are tolerant of other faiths and accept diversity as a strength and asset to this country. However, I've also experienced Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian hate. I'll give you 3 examples. In 2001, as a high school student, I experienced harassment and bullying because of my Muslim faith. In 2014, after pulling into a gas station, a man decided to confront and threaten me, demanding I go back to my country after seeing my mother, who was wearing a hijab, in the car. And more recently, on a summer vacation in 2022, with my wife and children, I was accosted by a man on Assateague Island after he saw my wife, who was also wearing a hijab. This man threatened me because of my religion, mentioning the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq in his tirade against me and my family. These are not isolated incidents and are results of the political rhetoric that we are hearing. While I'm fortunate these incidents did not lead to physical harm, there are other Muslims, the ones that have spoken today, and others that have been victims of physical violence and property damage. from burning of mosques to assaults on women wearing the hijab and men supporting the Palestinian cause, we must not only condemn these acts of hatred, but ensure we vote in favor of this resolution to send a message that Maryland will not tolerate hate of any form. I encourage you to support this resolution to ensure Maryland becomes a state that welcomes diversity and to ensure our children grow up in a society free of discrimination and hatred.
Thank you. Next, Mariella Jordak.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary L. Jordak. Thank you for your time, committee. I am a lifelong Maryland resident with Lebanese heritage, and I stand firmly with my Jewish and Islamic neighbors today. It is a sad reality that people who are of faiths and origins outside of the American norms are often met with hate on myriad different levels. Any of this is unacceptable, and we must hold those who perpetrate it accountable, as well as make sure that Maryland is a safe place for all of our communities. This includes the necessary nuance that criticism of Israel, a government entity, must not be conflated with anti-Semitism or anti-Jewish sentiments. We are a better, more beautiful state for our diversity, and we must continue to uphold love, care, and equity as a Maryland value. I humbly ask you for a favorable report on this resolution. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Majid Khan. Hate speech that intends to degrade, intimidate, or incite violence against someone based on race, ethnicity, national origin, religion, sexual orientation, or disability is harmful. Free speech and the capacity of everyone to express his or her own views must not be threatened. The best way to counter hatred is to defy it through convincing arguments, good actions, and free debate. Much can be done to fight hatred without restricting speech, and government should condemn hatred and set the example. Human rights monitors and affected communities stress that many Muslim Americans, Jewish Americans, and Palestinian Americans feel under pressure to conceal or underplay their religious identity to make themselves less identifiable and seem more moderate, to reduce state and public suspicion. It is the responsibility of the state to condemn all forms of discrimination and to protect the rights and safety of its residents, regardless of their religious or ethnic backgrounds. Women are more likely to be targeted than men with expressions of hate. My wife will hardly ever get harassed when I'm not around her. It's when she's by herself at the grocery store or at the park with our children. Abuse, harassment, and threats of gratuitous violence have been reported by academics, journalists, and human rights defenders. This is not an isolated phenomenon or the loud voices of a few people on the fringe of society. Hate is moving into the mainstream, and with each broken norm, the pillars of our common humanity are weakened. Hate speech is a menace to democratic values, social stability, and peace. As a matter of principle, we must confront hate speech at every turn. Silence can signal indifference to bigotry and intolerance. Hate speech relies on destructive messages to develop ideological grounded organizational infrastructure. Hate speech taints the political process and prevents certain groups from participating in it. Supporting HJ 0008 is supporting humanity.
Thank you very much. Next, we will go to the next three witnesses. Shelley Cohen Fudge, Hazib Mohakit, and Jake Burdett.
So, good afternoon. My name is Hazim Mouakat. I'm an engineer and a longtime Maryland resident in Montgomery County, District 16. I'm here to voice my support for resolution HJ 0008. As a Palestinian and Muslim American, the timing of this resolution couldn't be better. Anti-Muslim, anti-Arab, and anti-Palestinian hate crimes have been on the rise in light of the ongoing atrocities in Palestine. In fact, I did experience such bigotry firsthand during a peace rally in Rockville on November 5th, 2023. We were heckled by pro-Israel group. They hurled all sorts of insults at us and threatened us with violence. They called us animals, they called us traitors, they called us barbarians. They said, and I quote, We will take your heads, we will take your life because we are white and you are murderers. That's what they said. That's what they told us to our face. Okay. Sadly, all this happened under the eyes and ears of the Montgomery County Police. There was a large Montgomery County Police force sitting there, watched all this and nothing. They did nothing. So while this is an important topic, I would like to stress that we shouldn't lose sight of the importance of freedom of speech as an enshrined right in the First Amendment. We should be careful not to make the definition of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism so broad such that we undermine the freedom of speech. For example, conflating criticism with Israel as a state, Zionism as an ideology, with anti-Semitism is inaccurate and counterproductive. Similarly, criticizing Muslim countries for policies and conflating that with Islamophobia is also counterproductive. Such broad definitions will lead to over-reporting of so-called hate crimes. Now, the resolution, I'm here in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Shelley Cohen Fudge, and I am representing the members of Jewish Voice for Peace, DC Metro. We enthusiastically support HJ8. We strongly disagree with the Baltimore Jewish Council, the Jewish Community Relations Council, and the ADL, and that they wish for HJ8 to include criticism of Israeli government policies and actions. They claim that is a form of anti-Semitism. It is not a form of anti-Semitism to criticize other governments' policies and actions. That includes the Israeli government. It includes criticizing our own government. It is absolutely anti-Semitic to discriminate against Jewish people. I myself have been personally, I've experienced anti-Semitism several times in my life, true anti-Semitism. But criticizing Israel is something that many Americans, many Jewish Marylanders are used to doing and should be able to do, as well as every other American. Thus, we believe that this resolution is actually very useful, and we certainly hope that you will pass it. I personally know of many Palestinian Americans who have experienced an enormous amount of discrimination and hatred and violent acts, particularly since October the 7th, and that should be condemned. This resolution would go a long way in helping to protect their rights.
Thank you for your testimony. We have three more witnesses: Jake Burdett, Hiroy Hadju, and Haiba Awad. Are any, oh, there, Mr. Hadju, would you like to speak online there?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm testifying to support this resolution, which condemns Islamophobia, anti-Palestinian hate, and anti-Semitism. This resolution represents a vital step toward fostering an inclusive, understanding, and peaceful society. I believe in the promise of America and its potential to be a safe haven for everyone from various backgrounds. In order to protect this potential and promise, I urge the committee to consider an amendment to the resolution to also explicitly condemn Zionism, Hindutva, and fascism in all its forms. These ideologies have significantly contributed to fostering a climate of fear, discrimination, and oppression in our communities and beyond. Zionism is associated with settler colonialism and has been used to justify policies and actions that many perceive as oppressive and discriminatory toward Palestinians. Criticism of such policies, specifically apartheid Israel's crimes, has frequently been dismissed or labeled as anti-Semitism, stifling legitimate discourse and undermining the principles of free speech and academic freedom, including fueling this ongoing genocide that's going on in Gaza. A few months ago, a peaceful protest in Montgomery County was met by Zionist counter-protesters, where they called the ceasefire protesters ISIS and terrorists. Islamophobia has been used by the US government to galvanize the country to support illegal wars, and has been used from Iraq to other invasions of sovereign nations. A dangerous false narrative has been spreading regarding Muslims that helped perpetuate wars that led to the slaughter of millions of civilians at the hands of the US. These tropes are no different from those perpetrated against Black people in the US to justify over-policing and incarceration. I urge you to pass this resolution with the suggested amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was testimony favorable with an amendment. We have another favorable with amendment. Hiba Awad.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dr. Hiba Awad, and Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members, by adopting resolution HJ8, you have the power to make every person in our state feel safer. I am a Palestinian American Muslim. I am proud of each one of those identities, and for some haters, my mere existence is inappropriate. Our community is mourning. Our community is feeling the pain and fear of hate crime and hate speech. On October 19th, I lost 28 members of my family that were killed by an Israeli airstrike to their home in Gaza. The remaining members of my family that are still alive are displaced in the south and are being denied every basic human right as we speak. Recent calls for a Palestine that is free from occupation and oppression have been labeled as hate speech. So I'm here today to thank you for considering this resolution to reject anti-Palestinian, anti-Semitism, and Islamophobia. Thank you for making me feel safe to come here today and to feel safe to talk about the rights of my family in Palestine and for their rights to live in dignity. While I'm proud of my identity and I wear my hijab. So I urge you to adopt House Joint Resolution 8 and to please add anti-Arab to the resolution, and hate has no place in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes all the witnesses who signed up to speak on this legislation. There is also written testimony in the record, and so that will conclude the public hearing on House Joint Resolution 8, unless there's some questions for the committee. Seeing none, we will move on. Let me see if Delegate Acevero is here. Please come up. Delegate Acevero, you weren't here when we opened the meeting. I just want to let you know, the ground rules, basically, we're asking everyone to adhere to a 2-minute time frame. And we're also asking people not to repeat. If you could say something to add to the conversation, it would be much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I believe I have a panel that'll be testifying as well.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I forgot. I was supposed to ask that question.
Want to make sure.
And can you identify which ones are virtual versus in person?
It's hard to say because we've had a few who've been signed up to testify in the panel who were told that they could not testify anymore. So I'm honestly.
Yeah, I understood there was some kind of clerical error. There's some mistake that was made. I didn't find out about it till this morning. So definitely just let us know who, can you introduce your panel? I guess that would be the best way to handle it. If you could introduce your panel. How many people have you got on your panel?
Yes, so for our first panel, we have four folks in addition, outside of
Okay.
myself.
Okay, thank you. Please begin.
1 second, please. I appreciate the accommodation, Madam Chair. It's a bit of Well, good afternoon, colleagues. And for the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevero here to present House Joint Resolution 2, House Resolution supporting a long-term ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine. Colleagues, what is happening in Gaza is both a travesty and a crisis of humanity. Like so many across my district, this country and the world, we want to see an immediate ceasefire and an end to the decades-long occupation of Palestine. Over the past few months, we've seen hospitals, schools, and refugee camps targeted with no regard for human life. In the West Bank, illegal settlements continue to be built, with settler violence against Palestinians increasing. And as of recently, the apartheid government's announcement that they're going to continue to build thousands of illegal settlements on Palestinian land in the West Bank. The resolution in front of you, colleagues, declares that the General Assembly condemns violations of international law, including both the horrific attack on October 7, 2023 by Hamas and the Israeli military's response and the 2.3 million Palestinian people living in Gaza. It further conveys to the Maryland congressional delegation its support for an immediate long-term ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine, the return of all hostages, and delivery of adequate humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people. The joint resolution affirms the General Assembly's commitment to combating anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab bigotry. It also conveys its support for the people of both Israel and Palestine to live in peace and security, and the right of all people to live, learn, work, play, pray, and engage in peaceful protests, all without threats, intimidation, or death. Equally as concerning is the genocidal language that has been used by not only this current cabinet, this Israeli cabinet, but members of the Knesset. And so this resolution is an indication that our values, we're declaring our values. And my hope is that as we have done with the Ukraine resolution that was unanimously voted on and supported by this General Assembly, where we condemn the actions of a government, we can do and should do the same here and show our Palestinian constituents, our Muslim or Arab constituents, that we see them and what is being done is wrong and that our government can and should certainly play a role in it. I urge a favorable report. And thank you, Madam Speaker and members of this committee for your consideration.
Thank you, Delegate. Who is the Harai Haju? Who is the person that you're going to have speak first on your panel?
The folks who are here with me are the folks who would be speaking on my panel.
And there was somebody virtual too that I saw pop up briefly. I don't know. We'll get to that when we get to it. Please introduce yourself so I can
All
find
right.
you.
I'm just going to reintroduce myself. My name is Iman Shahadi. Good afternoon. I'm a member of Howard County for Palestine and the Palestinian Youth Movement. And I'm a Palestinian resident of Howard County.
Can you hold on? I have to find your name on the list. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Iman Shahadi.
Here. Okay, thank you very much.
All right. 30,738 Palestinian souls dead, among them around 12,500 children. Another 8,000 crushed under rubble, left in pieces to be picked up by their searching families. 76,183 injured with no access to medical equipment or anesthesia. For every one child killed in Gaza, 3 have been permanently disabled. Every hour, approximately 15 people have died in Gaza, 6 of them children, bombed into oblivion. I cannot believe that I stand here 149 days into this annihilation of human life, asking the bare minimum from lawmakers who claim to have my best interests in mind. We have watched as many of you sit in silence during this devastation, prioritizing your political careers over human life, but your inaction does not go unnoticed. Your silence is complicity. Your silence is violence. Your silence is a message to me and every Palestinian living in Maryland that you do not care about our lives. Every possible war crime has been committed. The state of Maryland alone allocates almost $80 million each year to bombs and bullets used to kill Palestinians. Every death has been sponsored and funded by this government and by extension you. Do not make the mistake of shifting blame. This assembly has the blood of every Palestinian on its hands. 2 babies, Naeem and Wissam, murdered in a bombing in Rafah 2 days ago. Their mother was trying for 11 years to have children. More than 20 members of the El Kahlouf family murdered yesterday in a bombing. Paramedic Abdel Fattah murdered 2 days ago outside of the Emirati hospital in Rafah. And the blurred picture of a detained child ran over by an Israeli bulldozer with a zip tie still on his wrist this week.
You have exceeded your time limit. I'm sorry. The bell should have rung. Next witness, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Hazem Waqid. Thank you again for having me. I'm a Palestinian American, so it goes without saying that the ongoing genocide in Gaza has impacted me and my family in the most profound way. I'm surrounded by many close friends who lost many family members in Gaza in large numbers. To help visualize how packed Gaza is, let me put things in perspective for you. The Gaza Strip is roughly, give or take, about half the size of Howard County, but with over 6 times the population of Howard County. At 2.3 million people. To make matters worse, most Gaza residents have been forcibly displaced to the so-called safe zone in the south of Gaza, which isn't safe by any stretch of the imagination. 2 days ago, I attended a lecture by 2 doctors from the DMV area who have just returned from Gaza after spending 2 weeks at the European hospital in Rafah. The conditions there are beyond horrific. The doctor said that the injuries that they saw were nothing like anything they've ever seen before, all courtesy of our tax dollars. I'm not going to repeat the numbers of all the casualties that were mentioned now. Let me say this. The ongoing atrocities are very much a local issue for multiple reasons. First, a very large segment of our Maryland population has been affected by this. Second, poll after poll shows that the American people are in favor of a ceasefire. So we would not be doing anything that is out of line with what the American people want. In spite of all the killing, the war has not achieved any of its stated objectives, by the way. But fourth, it's our tax dollars that has been enabling this genocide. We are paying for this. So this money is better spent here. When we are spending $14 billion to send to Israel, we are better off spending this money here on our failing infrastructure, on our education, on our healthcare system, instead of sending it to kill innocent women and children. So I urge you to be in support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person, would you identify yourself? I'm going to have to find your name on the list, so bear in mind.
Okay, I'm Shelley Cohen Fudge. I'm here as a representative of the DC Metro chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace. We are among the many Jewish Marylanders who advocate for social justice, equality, and freedom for Israelis and Palestinians. Since Hamas committed its war crime in southern Israel on October the 7th, the Israeli government has retaliated by devastating Gaza and killing over 30,000 people, including over 10,000 children, and seriously injuring over 70,000 more Gazans. An assessment by the Famine Review Committee, the gold standard international body that analyzes famine risk, has stated that Gaza now stands on the brink of widespread famine. If famine takes hold, the number of Gazans who die of hunger or disease could outstrip the horrific number of civilian deaths to date. It is the responsibility of every U.S. elected official to speak out about the genocide taking place before our eyes. Some members of the Maryland General Assembly that we've met with over the past several weeks have told us that they fear speaking out on this issue. Why? Because they fear being accused of anti-Semitism. They fear that they will be primaried. How many innocent Gazan children must die from bombs continue to die from those bombs provided by our US tax dollars? How many more will soon die from starvation? The DC Metro chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace beseeches all members of the Maryland General Assembly to take the moral stand and tell the Biden
Thank you for your
administration
testimony.
to stop the unspeakable carnage taking place
Excuse me.
throughout Gaza by
Your time has
passing
expired.
House Joint Resolution
Thank you for your
2.
testimony.
Thank you.
Delegate Acevedo, you had one more person on this panel.
I did, but
There are people virtual too.
right, I know
but
there
they're
are some.
Is there a virtual person? Is somebody virtually on your panel? Do you have a name?
Zainab and Samia.
If not, we'll move on and we're going to take the one and only panel in opposition, and then we'll come back to all the positive.
Madam Chair, I am on, but I'm not able to turn my camera on. So if
And
somebody
what
could
is your
please-
name? I'm
Zainab
sorry.
Chaudhry.
Say that again. Oh, I see you now. Okay. Okay. Are you part of this panel? Are you the fourth
Yes.
person? Okay, well, then you please give your testimony.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair Healy, members of the House Rules and Executive Nominations Committee. On behalf of CARE, America's largest Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization, I thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Joint Resolution 2. For 150 days and 75 years, the world has witnessed unspeakable atrocities and war crimes in Gaza, funded by billions of U.S. tax dollars. I won't say the numbers of the Palestinians who are killed because we know that number is never accurate. We know the actual number is much higher because there are still bodies under the rubble that have never been recovered. There is currently no safe zone in Gaza. Both the United Nations highest court, the International Court of Justice, and a U.S. District Court have declared the plausibility of genocide in this decades-long besieged strip of land. When House Speaker Adrian Jones announced the decency agenda at the beginning of this session, it was very welcome news. Because decency requires that we acknowledge the sanctity of human life. It demands that we embody moral courage, that we use our platforms and our power and our privilege for those who are oppressed, and that we stand for justice. Ceasefire is a local issue. It's impacting thousands of your constituents, including many whose loved ones have been killed by Israeli forces in recent weeks. The urgency of this moment cannot be overstated. A ceasefire yesterday would have protected hundreds of lives of innocent people yesterday. Or killed today. A ceasefire today would help protect hundreds of innocent children from being killed tomorrow. Subjecting Gaza's entire population to relentless sadistic violence and suffering is unconscionable, immoral, and inhumane. We can't unsee the horrors that we've witnessed. Collective punishment should never be acceptable. We would never fathom bombing a school full of children in order to take out a school shooter. And the fact is that the only time hostages have been safely released was during a ceasefire. Nearly 70% of Americans support the U.S. calling for an immediate permanent ceasefire. Howard and Anne Arundel counties have joined at least 66 members of Congress, including Congress members Jamie Raskin, Kweisi Mfume, and David Trone, dozens of U.S. cities and counties in calling for a ceasefire to end the violence and bloodshed. The state of Maryland has an opportunity this session to be a global beacon of compassion, morality, and courage. This assembly rightfully and unanimously passed a resolution supporting Ukraine.
Thank you very much for your
We
testimony.
urge you respectfully to please pass this resolution as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. At this time, we will be going to another panel, which will be a very small panel of 3 people in opposition, and then we will return to those in favor, and we will go all the way through that list, which is a list of almost 80 people. So hold on. We're going to go to Meredith Weisel, Sarah, Mickey, and Deb Miller. Well, we start with Meredith, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the committee. Again, for the record, Meredith Weisel with the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League. We are here in strong opposition to House Joint Resolution 2. The October 7th assault on Israel by Hamas, a U.S. terrorist designated organization, was a barbaric massacre and the deadliest days for Jews since the Holocaust. Israel is currently engaged in a military operation in Gaza aimed at securing the release of hostages and dismantling Hamas to ensure that this terrorist organization is no longer able to carry out further attacks against Israel. Hamas actions have unfortunately led to tremendous suffering in Gaza, but two things can be true. Our hearts can break at the loss of innocent life, both in Israel and Gaza, and the worsening humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. It is possible to care about Palestinians and condemn Hamas's action. It is also possible to want a better future for both Israelis and Palestinians, and to understand what Hamas has done and what is capable of doing in the future. It is possible to disagree with the Israeli government and have moral clarity regarding Hamas and the atrocities of October 7th. We have to remember, for the nearly 5 months since this attack and the ensuing war in Gaza, that it's understandable that there are calls for a ceasefire. But at the same time, many of these calls for a ceasefire and this resolution plays the entire onus of blame of this crisis on Israel. It includes demonizing language, false narratives about Israel, and it doesn't even mention the atrocities of Hamas. Our elected leaders represent broad and diverse constituencies. The state of Maryland is not empowered to make decisions on behalf of the United States as it relates to foreign policy. At this time of tremendous rise in anti-Semitism, which has increased almost 400% since October 7th, we strongly urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, Sarah.
Sure. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Sarah Mirsky-Mickey, Deputy Director of the Baltimore Jewish Council, which represents the Associated Jewish Federation of Baltimore, its agencies, as well as the organized Jewish community of Greater Baltimore. The Baltimore Jewish Council understands the idea of supporting a ceasefire to prevent further loss of life. And let us be clear, we abhor the innocent loss of life, whether Jewish, Muslim, Arab, Israeli, or Palestinian. War is horrible. Like most Americans, we want the war to end, but also like most Americans and American Jews, we want a ceasefire only once the hostages are released and Hamas is removed from power. We are supportive of ongoing diplomatic efforts to negotiate a mutually agreed pause in fighting that would include the release of hostages, humanitarian assistance, and lead to a more lasting ceasefire. However, let's be clear, Hamas does not want a ceasefire. In fact, Hamas only wants the end of Israel and the death of all Jews worldwide. There was a ceasefire on October 7th. Hamas has broken every ceasefire and has rejected multiple ceasefire negotiations during this conflict as recent as this past week. An immediate ceasefire simply guarantees that Hamas remains in power and allows it to continue to plan its next attack on Israel and raining terror on the people of Gaza, stealing their humanitarian aid and using them as human shields and worse. We should be calling for Hamas to release the hostages and put down its arms to allow a responsible Palestinian leadership to take control. Ending Hamas rule would be a tremendous blessing for the Palestinians in Gaza, who have lived under 17 years of a terrorist dictatorship that systematically denies the rights of women, gays, religious minorities, etc. This ceasefire resolution does not align with our values. It absolves the terrorist organization Hamas of responsibility and attempts to strip Israel of the basic right to self-defense that every nation deserves. This resolution promotes anti-Semitic vitriol, divides the community, and will only exacerbate the rhetoric that has already led to an astronomical rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia since October 7th. Anti-Semitic incidents have risen 400%. Let's not bring this to our state. Instead, let's rise against the divisive discourse in supporting this ceasefire resolution.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next, Deb Miller, please.
Yep. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Deborah Miller, the Maryland Director of Government and Community Relations for the JCRC of Greater Washington. I'm here today in opposition to House Joint Resolution 2. As Jews and as human beings, we are horrified by the images and reports of the October 7th massacre. As Jews and as human beings, we are devastated by the horrendous loss of life in Gaza and by the ongoing war. We long for its conclusion. But wanting peace is not the same as having the circumstances that allow for peace. To Jews and Israelis to call for a ceasefire before Hamas is completely degraded so it cannot repeat October 7th as it has vowed to do is a call for our future death at the hands of terrorists. Hostage taking is an international war crime, and before any ceasefire is agreed upon, all hostages must be safely returned. There is no moral equivalence between October 7th and the ensuing war. Butchering, raping women, forcing their families to watch, dismembering and kidnapping innocent civilians is not a form of armed resistance. It's a crime against humanity, and Hamas's genocidal intent against Jews is spelled out in its charter. This resolution is completely one-sided, treating Israel as the aggressor and Hamas as non-existent. It's as if Israel woke up on October 8th and for no good reason decided to invade Gaza. This resolution also fails to note that Israel, just like any other country, has an obligation to defend its people and is doing just that by dismantling a terrorist infrastructure that hides among civilians. Hamas launches attacks from hospitals, mosques, schools, and homes. It uses its own people as human shields. This resolution is completely misguided and will not lead to peace between Palestinians and Israelis. And for these reasons, we ask for an unfavorable report on House Joint Resolution 2.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Is there any questions from the committee for this panel? Delegate Shalega.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. And thank you for bringing the families of the hostages here a few weeks ago. Can you give us any update on that situation? Our hearts are broken for those families that are waiting for their loved ones.
I mean, the update is there is no update.
There's no update. No.
We
don't even know
release.
who's still living. They won't release that information.
Hamas won't give any names of the people who are still in captivity. So these families have no idea.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions from anyone on the committee? Thank you very much. We will return to the beginning of our witness list, and I'll take them in the order that they appear on this list. HRU is virtual, and Sonia Portnoy-Lehman. Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm speaking in favor of Joint Resolution 2. There are two things I want to say to introduce myself. I am Jewish, and I am an early childhood educator who has worked, among other places, Baltimore City Early Head Start. So that's the position I'm speaking of. In the resolution, it says that hundreds and thousands of lives are in imminent risk. This is unarguably true. It also says that the United States government has immense diplomatic power to save those lives. This is also unarguably true. I would say to you, to lawmakers, to people who have that power, what use is having power at all if you refuse to use it to save lives? What is the purpose of having people with power, with having a government, with any of it, if you refuse to help the people who need it most? The people of Palestine are alive and matter. If you stand for anything other than an immediate permanent ceasefire, you are saying you think that they should be dead. You are killing them. As a person in Maryland and in Baltimore, a person in the world, and as a Jewish person, this is the most imminent and important issue for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Haju.
Yes, good afternoon again. For 5 months, I've watched with shock and horror at our community's lack of collective response as apartheid Israel brings down death and destruction on the people of Gaza using our taxpayer dollars. I've watched as American lawmakers, both Democrats and Republicans, respond with unequivocal support of apartheid Israel as this genocide unfolds. Genocide and the slaughter of innocent civilians is nothing new. Just 2 years ago, we witnessed as the Eritrean and Ethiopian governments slaughtered hundreds of thousands of innocent people in Tigray. Americans and our community were completely silent. Our community also remains silent as the genocide unfolds in Sudan and Congo. The difference between those instances and these crimes against humanity by apartheid Israel is, of course, the scale and publicity of the slaughter. Every day we see mutilated bodies of little babies. We see mothers crying with excruciating pain as they hold and kiss their children before they cover them with shrouds. Imagine you are a mother or a father whose house was bombed by apartheid Israel. Your child has been murdered. You are now displaced to a refugee camp far away from your home. Because apartheid Israel desecrates graves, you're not sure that if you bury your child, the grave will be there when you return. So you carry your baby's corpse to your destination. Imagine you a father, your infant baby has been slaughtered by apartheid Israel. You carry the shroud of its tiny body to a crate on a crate of your bicycle to a burial site to bury it alone. We have a responsibility to speak up. Silence is complicity, and that's what we're doing now. I urge you to support the ceasefire resolution and speak out against apartheid Israel's crimes against the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, Jake Burdett. He was not here when he was called earlier, is here now. If not, I'll go on to the next one. Kim Jensen. Kim Jensen, in person, not here. Alexandra Melinchuk, virtual. Not here, okay. Natasha Jarvis Pillay, in person. Thank you very much.
Hello? Hello?
Yes. Okay. Yes, just begin when you're ready.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Rules Committee. My name is Natasha Jarvis Pillai. My Hebrew name is Esther Shifra Bat Avraham Vasara, and I am a constituent of District 40 and a member of Jewish Voice for Peace, Baltimore. I'm here to testify in favor of the House Joint Resolution 2. I was born in America. Both of my parents are from Sri Lanka. My mother is Sinhala and my father is Tamil. I was born and raised in the shadow of a vicious ethnic conflict between these two groups. I know that ethno-nationalism as a solution for people's safety and well-being is an inhumane and barbaric delusion. In Gaza, this delusion has cost Palestinians every vestige of their society and innovated barbarism. Just a few days ago, over 100 people, starving and desperate, were mowed down by the IDF as they tried to obtain food from the first aid trucks allowed into Gaza City in nearly a month. How does that stop Hamas? How? This delusion has also enslaved Israelis to a racist, fascistic state that criminalizes dissent and at every level calls for genocide. America has indulged and enabled this delusion with billions of dollars and unconditional rhetorical and military support for decades. But more and more Americans say, enough. I have never engaged with the legislative process before, but this slaughter has awoken me and thousands of young American Jews out of helplessness and inaction. Like our forebears in the civil rights movement and in the anti-Vietnam War movement, we will not stop. We will keep growing in strength, discipline, and resolve until we have won peace and equality for all from the river to the sea, regardless of faith or ethnicity. Father Abraham had many sons and many sons had Father Abraham. I know more than most that it is an evil thing when cousins hate and kill each other. Please return a favorable report on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I understand that Jake Burdett has joined us.
Yes.
Mr. Burdett?
Yes. Hey, good afternoon, members of the House Rules and Executive Nominations Committee. My name is Jake Burdett. I am testifying in support of HJ2 in favor of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I'm testifying in support of HJ2 on behalf of Our Revolution Howard County, which I am the co-chair of. And while this is important to our organization as an organization that stands up for human rights and for international law, and we really want to see our state government also take that strong stance in support of human rights and international law. This is also a matter that is important to me personally as somebody who is the descendant of Orthodox Jews in Russia who had to flee their home country when Nazi Germany invaded it because they didn't want to be victims of a genocide. And here we are nearly a century later, and the Jewish community has rightfully said never again. And, but here we are, there's a genocide being done by the state of Israel, supposedly in the name of the Jewish community. And I just want to make it very clear that the state of Israel does not represent Jewish values or the Jewish community. There's absolutely nothing anti-Semitic about supporting a ceasefire. In fact, I think it's problematic to imply that there is something anti-Semitic to say that you support a ceasefire, because that implies that Jewish values are somehow synonymous with genocide, which is absolutely not the case. And so please don't fall for the fear mongering. Take the common sense moral position that's being considered by the International Court of Justice, that our own Vice President Kamala Harris just called for a ceasefire. There's nothing controversial. What's controversial is staying silent on a genocide. So please do the right thing here. Thank you all for the time.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Hirschberger, Samia Mohammed, Andrea Crooms.
Good afternoon. I am Mary Hirschberger. I live in Brentwood. I'm a retired history professor and a member of Hyattsville Mennonite Church. I am also a member of Mennonite Action, which supports a ceasefire, and a member of Jews and Allies for Ceasefire in District 4. I urge you to support HJ2, an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. I was shocked by the attack of Hamas on Israeli military outposts and civilians on October 7, and shocked and horrified by the unprecedented attacks by the Israeli military in the days, then weeks, then months since. There is no military solution to the problems that occupation, repression, and apartheid have created. The only time hostages have been released has been during a ceasefire. While we have been here this afternoon, more people have been killed. We have all heard the terrible stories, fresh atrocities every hour. This weekend, twin babies whose parents had struggled for over 10 years for a child were killed by Israeli bombs. Just 2 of the thousands and thousands of children ripped by Israeli bombs that our country sends them. Israel has been bombing and killing people who are hungry and starving. Vice President Kamala Harris has called for a ceasefire. The American people support a ceasefire. It is morally, politically, and ethically right to ask that this killing and bombing in Gaza stop in favor of a solution that addresses the root causes of this nightmare and works for justice, equality, and a thriving future for all Palestinians and Israelis that is free of domination, inequality, and oppression. I urge you to support HJ2, a ceasefire resolution with wide and deep support in Maryland. Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Please go ahead. Ms. Mohammed.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon again, Chair Delegate Ann Healy, Vice Chair Delegate Marvin Holmes, and distinguished members of the Rules Committee. My name again is Samia Mohammed, and I'm here on behalf of Islamic Maryland Action Network, representing 350,000 Maryland Muslims to strongly support HJ2. And in the last 4 months, we've seen 30,000 Palestinians, including over 12,000 children, being killed. 2.1 million Palestinians have been internally displaced and are under forced starvation. Today, there is no safe zone in Gaza, with Rafah under attack, and lack of humanitarian aid is getting in. A permanent ceasefire prevents further loss of life, allows for the safe release of hostages on both sides, and allows for aid to enter Gaza, which this resolution does speak of. Supporting a ceasefire resolution is a local issue. Maryland constituents have had families killed, wounded, or missing in Gaza. Many have had their homes destroyed. Our tax dollars are funding the weapons used to kill Palestinian children at a rate not seen in any recent warfare. Ceasefire is not just a foreign policy issue left to Washington, but it is a pressing issue on all levels of our government and impacts every member of society. Why are so many of us deeply impacted by Gaza? Because Gaza is at the intersection of local issues that so many have of us have advocated for. Homes getting destroyed in Gaza, that's a fair housing issue. Universities demolished, that's access to education. Hospitals and healthcare workers targeted, that's access to healthcare. 25,000 tons of bombs have fallen on Gaza, that is climate justice. Women having C-sections without anesthetics and young girls having no access to sanitary pads, that's reproductive justice and a feminist issue. This is an issue that hits all of us here in Maryland. Calling for a ceasefire speaks to all of these issues that we stand for here. This very body rightfully passed without hesitation in 2022 the Ukraine resolution. We ask you to place the same value for your Palestinian, Arab, Muslim, brown, black, multicultural constituents who are calling for you to call for a ceasefire. We ask you to use your position of power to join the many localities around the country calling for peace and place continued pressure on the Biden administration to move forward with that. We ask this honorable committee to place Maryland on the side of humanity, and we implore you to swiftly pass this bill. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Good afternoon. My apologies, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Andrea Crooms. As I introduced myself before, I'm an expert on international law and served as faculty at the International Law Institute of Georgetown University until I became an employee of the U.S. Department of Energy, where I also worked on international legal issues. I'm also a resident of Southern Maryland and a Democratic candidate for Congress in Maryland's 5th Congressional District. Delegate Acevedo raised the bill you passed on Ukraine. So let me compare this to that action and help you understand why this one is so important. I am not comparing wars. All wars are horrible. I have been in Kyiv and experienced the horrifying sound of drones and missiles exploding, and I can only begin to imagine the experiences of Palestinians during this illegal invasion by the nation state of Israel. This bill is so important because unlike in the case of Ukraine, where you passed a similar resolution, even our Democratic congressional delegation has not been consistent in supporting a ceasefire for the Palestinian people, and in one jarring instance has actively spread falsehoods and misinformation about the actions of the nation state of Israel. On February 16th, our own Democratic Congressman Steny Hoyer published an op-ed in Semaphore that pursues an argument long debunked by scholars of the UN and international law. An argument, I would add, that was reinvigorated and perpetuated by the Trump administration in 2017, that the United Nations is pursuing an explicitly anti-Israel agenda. Let me tell you the true history. After the First World War, the majority of nation states that exist today were under colonial rule. By 1960, only 55 of those had achieved independence. The UN established the special committees to address colonialism in Namibia, South Africa, and Palestine. The only one of those countries under colonial rule at this time is still Palestine. I would urge you to ask our congressional delegation to make a choice so that we are on the right side of history this time. My parents, who were Pan-Africanists, actively organized to change the way that the United States addressed South Africa. We were on the wrong side also in Namibia. We cannot be on the wrong side of history anymore. And I am asking you to ask our congressional leaders by passing this resolution to support a ceasefire at the federal level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call up Anna Cortez, Samantha Faubert, and Majid Khan.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Cortez, and I'm here to support the ceasefire resolution. It feels like an entire year has gone by, and our leaders are still not seeing or choose not to see what has been taking place in Gaza. The world has been a witness to the sadistic, indiscriminate bombardment of Gaza and the genocide of her people by Israel. Israel has created man-made starvation, and hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza are now experiencing famine. Por el amor de Dios, alto al fuego, ya. For the love of God, ceasefire now. Unlike Israelis, Palestinians do not have an iron dome to protect them. Unlike Israelis, Palestinians were not put up in hotels when they were displaced. And they're also not receiving any type of welfare money so that they're able to purchase what they need, like Israelis are. This genocide has been fueled by Maryland's close to $80 million per year. So it is a local issue. My money is going to Israel's military to kill people. I don't like that. Not only is Maryland's money going there, but of course, billions of dollars of US tax dollars are going there as well. It is our obligation to put an end to this genocide now. Palestinians in Gaza are beyond hungry, beyond traumatized, beyond terrified, injured, grief-stricken. Do not wash your hands. Please do not wash your hands. Do not be silent. Do not continue to be silent. Palestinian children, their moms, their daddies are being tortured and sacrificed every single minute of the day. As many, sorry.
Thank you very much for your
Please,
testimony. Thank you for your
please
testimony.
cease fire now. I implore you to
Samantha,
please accept the resolution.
Hello, my name is Samantha Faubert. I thank you all for being here, distinguished members. I have been actively involved in using my democratic duty to spread awareness for a ceasefire. I have installed ceasefire signs around Maryland and in Annapolis. You may have seen some on King George Street. Through this process, I have realized that there are several Americans in our community that support this resolution. And unfortunately, their voices are being silenced because they are renters and their landlord says that they may not voice their opinion and install a yellow ceasefire sign. Maryland has 33% of its constituents as renters. That's 33% of people who can easily be told they cannot share their opinion by their landlord. I think that is unfair in a democratic society where all of our voices should be heard equally. And then I also am helping them install signs on their own property. The best houses with the best views, the best access, we know costs more money. So it is also discriminatory towards those who do not have much wealth. This issue is a bipartisan issue. Democratic leaning Americans, 80% are in support of a ceasefire. For Republican leaning, 56% are in support of a ceasefire. This is a bipartisan issue, and Maryland has a beautiful opportunity to be the first state to call for a ceasefire. As a reminder, a genocide is the deliberate and systematic extermination of a national, political, or cultural group. But Gaza has been bombed all over. The red density map is bombs that have been dropped. They are facing starvation. That is a systemic.
thank you for your testimony.
That is a systemic war crime.
We're going
And
to call
we
up the
deserve to
next
save the
group.
Palestinians. Please vote in favor.
Majid Khan.
Hi, thank you. I thank you for this opportunity to testify in strong support of House Joint Resolution HJ 0002, supporting a long-term ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. The world has witnessed atrocities and war crimes committed by the Israeli military against civilians in Gaza, funded by billions of US tax dollars, including millions of Maryland's tax dollars. The shockingly high death toll, widespread destruction, engineered hunger and malnutrition, deliberate denial of humanitarian aid as part of an illegal siege, racist and dehumanizing rhetoric by Israeli officials, and the wider context of Israel's apartheid system are all warning signs of genocide against Palestinians in Gaza. In January 2024, the International Court of Justice ruled that there is a real risk of genocide and ordered Israel to take preliminary measures to protect civilians. Much of the northern Gaza has been destroyed, and at least 75% of Gaza's entire population is now internally displaced. Gaza's healthcare system has been largely destroyed. In the first week of the conflict, the IDF dropped 6,000 bombs in Gaza. In 2019, the US dropped 7,000 bombs in Afghanistan over the course of an entire year. The actions of Hamas and other militants against civilians on October 7th constituted terrible violations of international humanitarian law, and the perpetrators should be held to account. All those violating international law should be held to account, but the actual work of investigating international law violations and the identification and locating of perpetrators cannot go forward while the constant bombing raids and tank battles continue against a densely packed civilian population of over 2 million. Supporting this resolution is supporting humanity, dignity, peace, and freedom. We respectfully urge a favorable report.
Thank you. The next group, Kenneth Feeder, Salma Sharaf, Randa Mutasib, Dinarda English, and Maya Shepherd. There are several virtual among that group.
No, I'm not.
My microphone's not on. I'm sorry. Salma, please, you go first.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be testifying in favor of House Joint Resolution 2, supporting a long-term ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. This resolution calls for an immediate long-term ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine, and the return of all hostages, and the delivery of adequate humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, as of today, what we know to be confirmed is the death of 30,534 Palestinians and 1,200 Israelis, the injury of 71,920 Palestinians and 5,400 Israelis, and the displacement of 1.7 million Palestinians and 2.2 million Palestinians facing crisis levels of food insecurity. In this case, a man-made starvation crisis that can be simply ended when it is decided. Over 3,600 homes have been damaged or destroyed, and 3 churches and 217 mosques, some thousands of years old, have been destroyed. Over 1 million children currently have bombs being rained down on them indiscriminately for a crime they did not commit. We are here today to ask for something that is not radical. Many of us here today, of various religious, ethnic, racial, and social backgrounds, are united in calling for an end to this crisis. After 5 months of indiscriminate killing, it does not matter who started it. It does not matter whose fault it is. It does not matter when it started. What matters is that we can say we Marylanders believe in the sanctity of human life and that all death must come to an end. The right to life has been denied to over 31,000 human beings, both since October, and now 2.3 million people await under the mercy of foreign governments gaining the will and courage to say enough, ceasefire now. So please, for the sake of the millions who are currently being bombarded and starved to death, and for the millions around the world who are protesting, please support our call for a ceasefire and an immediate end to this crisis.
Thank you for your testimony. Kenneth Feeder, still not here. Randa Mutasib.
Yes, nailed it.
Sorry.
That's okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the Rules Committee. My name is Randa Mutasib. I'm a member of the 39th District in Maryland, a resident. I'm a physical therapist and a first-time mom and a Palestinian from Gaza. I stand before you today with a heart heavy with grief, urging you to hear my plea, not as a mere voice in the crowd, but as the voice of an individual who's lost over 40 family members since the beginning of the aggression on Gaza. My question for you all today is, how many more? How many more of my own family members should we sacrifice and should be slaughtered by Israel before we take action? How many more unborn babies should my family take from womb to grave before we say Maryland will no longer be complicit in the mass killing of innocent lives? How much more blood must my family shed for each and every one of you in this room and for our state collectively to take a strong, clear stance towards ending the genocide of my people? My soul is shattered thinking of the survivors of my family who continue to witness unspeakable horrors, from sleeping under deafening blasts and gunfire to being forcibly displaced, starved to death, abducted at gunpoint, tortured, humiliated for the simple crime
of being an innocent civilian in Gaza. Esteemed delegates, I stand before you not only as the voice of those who have lost their voices forever, but also as an advocate to those who are still alive and are desperately clinging to the hope that we as a people, that every single person in this room is going to forge the path to a permanent ceasefire through this bill.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much for your testimony. Next, Denard English.
Good afternoon, members of this committee. My name is Denard. I'm a constituent in Anne Arundel County and an organizer for the Baltimore branch of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I come to show my full support for HJ2. It has been 149 days and the genocide in Gaza still rages on, with the backing of this very country and money coming out of our pockets, and it's funding this. Many Israeli elected officials, cabinet and military members, and Netanyahu himself has stated bluntly about the goal for Israel, and it is to wipe Palestinians off the face of the earth by any means necessary. In the US, elected officials have constantly chosen a side, from falsely equating anti-Zionism to anti-Semitism, to passing laws to ban boycott, divest, and sanctions, which was previously used against apartheid South Africa, and to punish any agency and organizations that shows any support for Palestinian human rights, like the Council on the American Islamic Relations. This resolution is a test: who will stand for humanity and human rights, and who will instead stand for atrocities and genocide. I want to make it very clear: the people who are calling on the end for the bombardment and the collective punishment in Gaza are not calling for the eradication of the Jewish people. Calling for the end of the brutal murder of civilians and children in Gaza and the West Bank does not equate to anti-Semitism, nor is criticism of a country's policy and their actions against another group of people, nor is calling for a country to be held accountable for violating international laws, and nor is calling on the U.S. to stop acting as Israel's diplomatic and legal shield to the UN and personal arms salesman. All we ask is that you do the bare minimum and to recognize the basics of humanity. Palestinians have, in this legislation condemns Palestinian resistance. All oppressed people have the right to resist their oppressors. Palestinians are no different. I ask you to show some humanity and vote for yes on the resolution without a moment of thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Maya Shepherd, please, on Zoom.
Good afternoon. My name is Maya Shepherd, and I am a Maryland District 47A constituent. I am testifying in strong support of HJ2. I am Jewish, and I have been horrified to watch the ways in which the U.S. government is supporting and funding a genocide against the Palestinian people in the name of Jewish safety. I am here to join the thousands of other Maryland residents saying, "Not in our name." Maryland's government has a critical role to play in calling for a permanent ceasefire to stop the senseless killing of Palestinians. The U.S. government's support of this genocide is a Maryland issue. As Maryland residents, our federal tax dollars are supporting the killing of tens of thousands of civilians and the starvation and dehydration of anyone in Gaza who survives the bombings and gunfire. In Maryland alone, the $8 million federal tax dollars a year coming from Maryland residents that currently fund Israeli weapons could instead fund 9,457 households with public housing for a year, 27,681 children receiving free or low-cost health care, 868 elementary school teachers, or 2,105 students with their student loan debt canceled. As your constituents, we have been working night and day to stop this genocide. You have a unique type of political power that we do not have. We urge you to use your voice as our representatives to stand on the right side of history and support this joint resolution. Please return a favorable report on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll call another group. Shiza Nasir, Bethany Bollinger, Faytan Ma, Tala Mehmood, and Ahmed Abu Nasser. you're first on the list. Are you ready to speak?
Yes, I was driving, but I just pulled over. Thank you.
Okay, be safe out there.
Thank you. So my name is Shiza Nasir, and I'm an attorney that lives in Howard County. I'm testifying in support of the House Joint Resolution 2, the ceasefire resolution today. Not because I am Palestinian, because I am not, but because we have a moral duty to stop what more and more people are finally realizing is not a war, but a genocide. This is a genocide that we as Americans have a personal responsibility towards ending, because this is the right thing to do, and because as Americans, our own government is the one supplying the weapons and funding it. Last year alone, Maryland sent $79,556,659 to Israel for weapons and to continue its apartheid regime. For those opposing a ceasefire, they argue that this genocide must continue to retrieve the hostages. However, more than a fifth of the hostages have also been killed, which is at least 30 of the remaining 136 hostages because of Israel's actions. This is according to the New York Times in an article published on February 6, 2024. So this number could have increased since that time. It's in the best interest for the hostages for this genocide to end as well, which is why most of the families of the hostages have been protesting and demanding an end. If Americans stop sending money and weapons, this genocide would have to end. We can make a difference by passing this resolution for a permanent ceasefire. We have the power and authority and the moral obligations to use our voice. And I hope the delegates on this committee stand on the right side of history and vote in favor of the ceasefire resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Bethany Bollinger.
Hi, my name is Bethany Bollinger. I am from Carroll County. I have two small kids, Margot, who is 2, and Parker, who just turned 1 in January. Over the past 5 months, I have been haunted by hundreds of thousands of videos and photos of children who are the same age as my kids, who have had their heads blown off, who have undergone open abdominal surgery without any pain medication. I have seen photos of children who look very similar to my own kids. I've seen photos of their little bodies forever still while my kids run around. When I hear my son run around and his little feet slap on the floor, I'm constantly reminded of all of the thousands of little children whose little tiny feet will no longer run around, will no longer learn to toddle, will no longer learn to walk. It's unquestionable that murdering thousands and thousands of children has never and will never be self-defense. Killing children is the act of cowards. You do not save anybody by murdering infants and toddlers. The global dehumanization of Palestinian people is a danger to all of us and all of our communities, which is why this is a Maryland issue. Since speaking up, since attempting to humanize the Palestinian children being murdered, I've been told by my community members that I deserve to die, that I deserve to be run over by a tank like Rachel Corrie. I have had messages stating that my children, an infant and a toddler, are stupid. I have had my husband harassed when he wasn't even part of anything that I was posting, implying that he needs to shut up.
Thank you very much for your personal
Thank you. This is a community issue. You all have a moral obligation
Next is
to support this ceasefire.
Fei-Tian Ma.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Healy, Mr. Vice Chair Holmes, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Fei-Tian Ma, and I live in Baltimore City. I'm here to support the House Joint Resolution 2 for a long-term ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. As someone studying to become a school counselor in Baltimore City, it is alarming to see the continued disregard that Maryland has for its own city. On average, 3 schools are closed each year in Baltimore. Our schools do not have clean drinking water, and many schools do not have functioning air conditioning. Our students and families continue to face transportation issues, and each year we lose around 12% of our teacher workforce due to burnout and lack of support. So imagine my shock to find out that Baltimore City alone gives nearly $9 million to Israel in military aid each year. There are those who say that calling for a permanent ceasefire is not a local issue. But you cannot insist that this is not a local issue when it is our taxpayer money being used to fund the genocide of the Palestinian people. I'm coming forth today to ask that you not abandon your own citizens. We want to see our communities flourish. We want to see our schools funded. We want to see our money go back into our neighborhoods. We do not consent to our taxpayer money funding genocide and the destruction of the Palestinian people. Look at the people in this room. Look at your constituents. Think of your neighborhoods and your homes. Do we not also deserve a chance to be just as funded as your neighborhoods are? Do the Palestinian people not also deserve the safety of their own homeland? Do all children not deserve an education? The people of Baltimore and the people of Maryland are here to say that we want money for jobs and education, not for war or occupation. I implore us to divest from Israel and to call for a permanent ceasefire. Please vote in favor of this long-term ceasefire resolution, HJ2. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next is Tala Mahmood.
Hello. As a physician, I hold compassion for my patients.
Could you state your name for the
My name
record,
is
please?
Talha Mahmood, and I am here in support for the House Resolution 2. As a physician, I hold compassion for my patients, and as I see one patient, I go to the other, and I don't say I've run out of compassion for them. Come back tomorrow. We can hold compassion for Israeli hostages and also hold compassion for the carnage that is happening in Gaza. Simultaneously, we want the hostages to return and we want a ceasefire now. And this is the moral question of our times that is posed to this distinguished body. It is the climate issue of our times. By January 31st, there were carbon emissions amounting to 20 small countries that had happened by the war in Gaza. This is the feminist issue of our times. Women are giving birth without anesthesia and having C-sections. This is a child security issue of our times. Children, after amputations, are crying to doctors asking if their limbs would grow back. Children are asking doctors if their limbs would grow back. I made a friend today, Manar. Her cousin died under the rubble, and Manar said, it was the most humane way to die. Where will you find the resilience of a people like that of Palestine? We hold a moral compass to you. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, Ahmed Abu Nasser.
Good afternoon, Chair Haley, Vice Chair Holmes, and distinguished members of the Rules Committee. My name is Ahmed Abu Nasser. I live in Damascus, Maryland, and I was born in July of 2006, a year after Israel enacted a total blockade of Gaza. For some of you, you might remember a time when there was free movement in and out of Gaza. You might remember how relations deteriorated and the situation between Palestine and Israel weakened under people in charge before you. I don't. I can't remember a time when there was a free and prosperous Gaza. I can't remember a time when I felt like lawmakers and politicians represented me or the 100,000 other Palestinians in the country. However, even if the past hasn't been so kind to me or my visions, I'm still optimistic that a better future could be built. Some might call this feeling naive or unrealistic, but I call it hope. Hope for a better future, one that I want to live in and one that you should be proud to build. I sincerely ask that you help build a better future, not just for me, but for the billions waiting for an end. I'm calling upon you to vote in favor of this bill and never let hope for a better future die. Thank you.
Thank you. The next group, Rhonda J. Cooperstein, Dan Hajo, Rachel Stack, Melody Mulshine, Mahmoud Abu Elrus, and Sammy Al-Qasim. Rhonda, is that you? Rhonda Cooperstein?
Oh, you're speaking to me?
I don't know who that's.
My name is
who-
Melody.
That's not who, okay, let me, that's the first person on my list. Let's try Dan Hodgdo. Rachel Stack. Okay,
Hello.
Rachel, I see your face there. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rachel Snack, and I'm a clergy as well as a mother of 2 young children. The carnage of what's happening in Gaza has consumed my conscience since November. While Israel claims it's about self-defense, it could not be more clear from watching footage that some of the most brutal attacks of modern history are being waged against defenseless civilians, who long before October 7th were not in control of their own electricity, means to travel, or access to food. It has become clear to me that the more I learn about Palestinians, that they are living in an open air prison, and that the US is the biggest supporter of Israel's occupation of Gaza and Palestine. Some wonder why this is a concern of Maryland, but I would remind us that every US citizen should be concerned with what's happening with our tax dollars in Israel, when the billions of dollars we send them are being used to bomb refugee camps and settlements are where children sleep. When the soldiers who train our police forces are running over teenagers with tanks, when Israel's blockades are starving children and infants, and troops are invading hospitals and conducting point-blank executions. I was outraged when Vice President Kamala Harris said that aid to Israel would continue with no conditions, as I continue to be outraged at the inaction of people who are meant to hold power to account. If we can acknowledge that far too many people have been killed in Gaza for crimes they did not commit, we must also acknowledge that it is our duty to hold our allies to account and stop enabling them to slaughter civilians. I hope you'll consider what sort of precedent it sets to allow a whole people group to be massacred because of the government that rules over them. It's a dangerous and cruel line of reasoning that we need to stand against immediately. I urge you to support an immediate and permanent ceasefire.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Melody Mulshine.
Dear Chair and Speakers of the House, thank you for the opportunity to support House Joint Resolution 2 towards a permanent
Can you please
ceasefire.
state your name for the record?
I'm about to, thank you.
Yep.
Towards a permanent ceasefire and the end of Zionist occupation. My name is Melody and I live in Baltimore City on occupied Piscataway land. Zionism has always assumed the genocidal displacement of the Black and brown people who have been living in historical Palestine peacefully for hundreds and hundreds of years. The state of Israel began in living memory with a genocide of nearly a million people by, this is so much. So, by a movement of self-described as settler, colonialist, white nationalists, and taking inspiration from the Nazis themselves. In one of history's most bitter ironies, 100 years of systematic murder, stunting, and maiming of civilian populations in the area. The unconditional support of this evil by the United States is finally threatening to wane. That's up to us here in this room, who seem to be okay with representing a state that pays over 80 million US tax dollars to Israel, while Israel has free healthcare. There's 30,000 Palestinian martyrs, at least 15,000 of whom were children. Many of the people you represent are here today and have lost family and loved ones to genocide. These divisions we see in our communities over ending genocidal occupation are the result of disinformation and white supremacy aiming to keep us complicit. Israel has never cared about Jewish people. It's always been a genocidal white nationalist movement. Settlers are not innocent. This month, there are 3 illegal Israeli real estate auctions selling stolen Palestinian land on stolen American land. USA complicit in genocide. We need accountability. Accountability for white supremacy. This can be divesting from Israel and in the form of a favorable report on HJ2 for a permanent ceasefire. With love for the trans siblings in Palestine. Free Palestine.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Dan Hodjo online. Dan, you there?
Yes. My name's Dan Hoyto, and I'm here to testify in support of HJ2 ceasefire. I really don't know what more can be said in support of a ceasefire that hasn't been said here. So I have to ask those who are still opposed to a ceasefire, why? And I think we deserve to hear a full argument. We deserve the truth. And what we've heard so far is just not believable. So before reissuing a talking point on this, maybe try substituting the word Palestinian with Ukrainian and the word Israeli with Russian. As in, last week, the Russian military fired into a crowd of Ukrainians desperately seeking food aid, killing over 100 and wounding hundreds more, many of whom we don't know how long they'll live because the Russians have destroyed every hospital in Ukraine. Now, tell us why you oppose a ceasefire. I know that situation doesn't actually translate well because the situation is entirely different. One is a war between nations and the other is a nation state with complete control over an occupied territory, assaulting a civilian population. To oppose a ceasefire in Gaza, one must accept everything the Israelis tell us, even when it is unbelievable or a proven falsehood. And accepting everything we hear, contrary to the obvious facts, makes statements like respect for human rights empty, meaningless. If you still oppose a ceasefire, if you're still in favor of continuing, we deserve to know why.
Thank you for your testimony. Mahmoud Abuelos.
Good afternoon. My name is Mahmoud Abarous. I'm a resident of Howard County, District 13. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I'm not going to give you stats. You've heard them today. You've saw the images, but maybe my eyewitness testimony, my experiences will make a difference today. 76 years ago, Israeli soldiers came to the house of my grandparents with a gun to their head and said, "Leave, this is our land." And they were in present-day Tel Aviv in a town called El-Lid. They migrated to Gaza, where my father was born as a refugee. On December 12, my phone buzzed, and I received a breaking news alert that 17 members of my family were killed by Israeli bombing of their home in Al-Nusayrat refugee camp in central Gaza. A ceasefire is long overdue. I also had the opportunity to tour the West Bank, where I witnessed apartheid firsthand. I heard from Palestinians themselves who told me how they are treated as second-class citizens in their own land. Your constituents have come to your door to discuss this resolution with you and ask for your support and have explained the history of this conflict. They have shown up in the streets of our nation's capital in the hundreds of thousands with the same message. They have spoken loud and clear, and with every day that passes, more and more innocent lives are lost, including children. If they're not killed by Israeli bombs and snipers, they are dying from hunger and disease. We said never again 76 years ago after witnessing apartheid in South Africa, yet we are allowing it to happen to the Palestinians today. We said never again 76 years ago to the Holocaust, yet we are witnesses to a genocide being committed before our eyes. I hope you will stand with the majority, with your constituents in supporting this resolution. History will judge how you respond at this critical moment and whether you stood on the right side of history to end this genocide in Gaza. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sami Al-Qasim.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samuel Qasim, and I'm a resident of Baltimore City. I testify not just as a Palestinian resident of Maryland, but also as a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement, our DC, Maryland, Virginia chapter. We first wanted to point out that the window to sign up for testimony was far too short for people to sign up. We see this as an attempt by the legislature to silence people, something that has been happening in other DMV area legislatures when ceasefire resolutions are introduced. We also want to say that while we are in favor and support of the bill, we believe it also needs to be modified to not equate the violence of the colonizer, namely the Zionist state of Israel, with Palestinian resistance to 76 years of ongoing Zionist colonization and occupation, including the ongoing genocide and 17-year siege of Gaza that Israel continues to carry out, backed with the full support of the U.S. government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last call for Rhonda Cooperstein. Not here. Okay, we're going to go to the next group of people. Rai Taya, Ida Kenna, Mary Ellen Jordak, and Caitlin Goldblatt.
Good afternoon. This is Rai Taya again, resident of Montgomery County, attorney, and member of the Muslim and Palestinian community leadership. So as a father, I'm traumatized by the fact that children, babies, are dying in Gaza by starvation. Their little bodies gasping for nourishment, but with none coming. Instead, these children are left to die a slow, torturous, miserable death. And this isn't an accident. Starvation is, in fact, Israel's intention. It is a seditious military strategy. It is a war crime, and just one of several Israel is committing. Now, you're in Annapolis, and we're not in the Middle East. This is America. But as many people have said before, our tax dollars are bankrolling Israel's genocide. And if you read the resolution, the text of the resolution, it is you, members of the General Assembly, speaking on our behalf. What you've seen today and heard today is a diverse group of constituents from across the state, from different faiths, different backgrounds. And the only people opposing this are those entrenched institutions whose talking points come straight from Israel and the Israeli government. And to be, again, bullied and intimidated with threats of being smeared as anti-Semitic for daring to criticize the state of Israel. It is our tax dollars that are killing people over there. And it is Israel's actions and our support of Israel's actions that might lead us into another Middle East war. Think of all of you who oppose the Iraq war and all the other dumb wars that we've gotten into. We're on the verge of another regional war in the Middle East with America being entrenched. So you, legislators in Maryland, can raise your voice and call for a ceasefire.
Thank you
now.
very much. Thank you. Next is, go ahead. Is Ida Kenna here? Okay, Mary Ella Jodak.
Hello, my name is Mary Ella Jordak. I just want to thank everybody for hearing out all these voices today, and especially those who have been actively listening. We really appreciate that. I'm speaking today, March 4th, 2024, on the 150th day of devastating violence and destruction in Palestine and Israel. I come before you out of a deep love for all of my neighbors, both here in Maryland and across the globe, and in strong support of HJ2. It is our moral duty to call for an end to this violence through a long-term ceasefire, a return of all hostages and prisoners, and an expeditious delivery of aid to the people suffering from a lack of basic food, sanitation, and medical supplies. As you've heard from many testifying today, Palestinians are living in apocalyptic conditions. While the death toll grows daily, it has surpassed 30,000 people. 4 counties in Maryland have a population similar to that number. Could you imagine the loss of every single person in Garrett County? I certainly cannot. Each day that passes equally imperils the Israeli hostages in Gaza, with bombardment a regular occurrence and such a serious lack of supplies making into the Gaza Strip. This situation is deeply troubling. There are many people like myself who have been forever changed by watching their tax dollars fund this violence and their governing officials in action in response. I have asked my state representatives directly for action in regards to a ceasefire, and I've been told that this is not an issue that Maryland should attend to. But the full passage of HJ8, which affirms the state of Maryland stands in solidarity with both the government and people of Ukraine, shows that Maryland is capable of addressing violence happening in foreign lands. The existence of Executive Order 01.01.2017.25, which requires all state contractors to pledge not to boycott the government of Israel, shows that we are both morally and monetarily beholden to what happens in and around Israel. We are clearly and deeply connected to the happenings in both Israel and Palestine here in Maryland, and so we must act. Where Maryland leads, other states will follow. We have been at the forefront of other justice issues in the past, and our resolution could be a small stepping stone along the path to a more peaceful and just world for all people. Please support HJ2, support humanity, and support peace. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Goldblatt.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Caitlin Goldblatt, and I'm a Jewish resident of District 40. I'm also a member of the Baltimore City chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, and I'm asking for a favorable report on HJ2. I can't imagine that a bill whose aim is supported by the majority of people living in the United States is less deserving of a floor vote than any other bill of such massive significance. I hope this committee will listen to the truth of our Palestinian neighbors that has been spoken today, and that you recognize the outpouring of support for this bill from your constituents. In light of some other things said today, I would just like to note, as a Jew, recent polling indicates that the majority of Jewish Democrats support a ceasefire. Please do not believe any organization that, one, helps supply soldiers and money to the Israeli military, and two, funds known white supremacist political campaigns when that organization claims to speak for all Jewish people in stating its unconditional support of Israel's actions. Israel is a state, and not supporting actions of that state is not anti-Semitic. Condemning a genocide is certainly not anti-Semitic, and statistically speaking, a majority of this legislature's Jewish constituents agree. I would note that the House passed HJ8 in the 2022 legislative session, which jointly declared the state of Maryland in solidarity with the government and people of Ukraine. So I know this legislature knows the strong impact its platform can have on national and international politics. I see HJ2 as a natural continuation of this understanding. This genocide has already cost tens of thousands of lives, tens of millions of our tax dollars in destroying those lives, and incalculable damage to the very moral compass within which many of us believe we operate. As a Jew whose identity is often invoked to justify all this bloodshed, I reject my forced complicity in this genocide and ask you to advance this bill so it can receive a floor vote. Never again is now. Ceasefire now. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this would be the last call for Ida Kenna. Not here. Okay. Next group, next page of witnesses. Mohammed Khalil, Rama Thaler, Robert Atiga Valencia, Ali Waiter, Marianne Ramadi, and Hannah Persley.
I believe you said my name first, so I can go ahead. I'm ready. Thank you, Madam Chair Healy, for allowing me to share my perspective today. My name is Mohammed Khalil. I'm a Palestinian American testifying in support of HJ2. I know there was some attention brought to the Israeli hostages, which I first and foremost want to make clear that all civilian hostages should be released. But just as Israeli hostages should be released, there should be also calls for Palestinian hostages to be released. According to Save the Children, prior to the current war, about 500 to 700 Palestinian children were subjected to the Israeli military detention system every year. According to Bet Selem, the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, 1,310 Palestinians were being held in its administrative detention as of September 2023. Prior to the current war, that number has certainly gone up. And Palestinians, including Palestinian children, are tried in military courts with conviction rates around 95%, according to Military Court Watch, effectively making them hostages given the court's lack of credibility. So, we have to be even-handed when we call for hostages release. Israeli civilian hostages, Palestinian civilian hostages should also all be released. I want to just quickly talk about the polling. ISPU, a think tank on the American Muslim community, recently released polling that broke down ceasefire data among various religious identities and political affiliations. And there wasn't one group that had less than 50% supporting a ceasefire. So clearly this is a ceasefire that's supported by the American public. And just want to wrap up by saying that, we've just seen a lack of humanity. So what we're asking for today is humanity by calling for a ceasefire. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is Rama Thaler Sawali. Online.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the House Rules Committee. My name is Rama, and I support Resolution HJ2 for supporting long-term ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. I'm here today because I have faith in the American people, who are humans with hearts and brains, and they are intelligent enough to recognize injustices, human rights violations, and war crimes. That's why you have a large number of Americans testifying here today in front of you. The majority of the people of Maryland are united and calling for one demand, and that is permanent ceasefire in Gaza to end the genocide that is committed by apartheid Israel against Palestinians. I'm a Palestinian American who has a big family in Gaza. A big number of my family members have been killed by the Israeli occupation forces. My family members are not numbers. My family members were beautiful people, human beings with hearts, hopes, and dreams, like my cousin, a 14-year-old cousin, Asim. He was killed by an airstrike. His dream was to become a car dealership owner, just like his dad. Asim was on his way to fill water from a nearby school that was supposed to be a safe zone and not supposed to be bombed. He was filling water for his family that didn't have any water. The Israeli occupation forces went ahead and bombed the school. Asim is no longer with us, but I am here today to tell his story. How do you feel when your hard-earned tax money is used to kill your family members? I don't think you will feel good about that. The amount of guilt and shame I feel and many Americans feel is beyond description. Communities across Maryland, Muslim, Arab, Black, Brown, Jewish, and Christian communities are united in their call for a ceasefire. Over 40 cities across the US have passed a resolution for a ceasefire. This resolution is just another call for a ceasefire. Passing this resolution makes us feel that our elected officials got our message and heard our voices. The outcome of this resolution will be very telling how the delegates review.
We have Robert Antigua Valencia. Is he here? All right, we'll try Allie Waiter, I'm sorry. Allie?
Hi, everyone. My name is Allie Wainer. I'm Jewish. I am a member of Jewish Voice for Peace and also been long time involved in the organization, if not now. I live in Baltimore City in District 43A, and I am here today to testify in support of House Joint Resolution 2. I grew up in New York, where I learned about the Holocaust in school. My biggest takeaway from the dozens of books I read in and outside school and the lessons I was taught was that the world let this happen, that being a bystander is not a neutral position. And in the case of the Holocaust, it was a destructive one. I am here in Annapolis to testify in support of a permanent ceasefire because I have been listening to the stories of Palestinians, the stories of Palestinian artists fleeing from Gaza, never knowing if they'll see their family again, of children with no surviving parents receiving medical treatment without anesthesia, of families forced to eat animal feed to fight for a chance to stay alive. These stories remind me of the children on the Kinder transport and of the parents forced to say goodbye to those children, never knowing if they'll see them again. The stories I read as a kid. I refuse to be a bystander amidst what the international community has declared an emerging genocide. Maryland has a chance to speak out. By speaking out, the Maryland delegation will no longer be a bystander as Israel wages a brutal attack on a civilian population. As the delegation, you can take a lesson from the curriculum taught in your state on the Holocaust and on the need to speak out and the destruction of being a bystander. Thank you for your time today, and I urge you to support House Joint Resolution 2.
Thank you. Next is Marianne Ramani.
Good afternoon. My name is Mariam Rahmani. I'm here to show the highest level of support for Bill HJ2 titled Supporting a Long-Term Ceasefire in Israel and Palestine. There are simply no words for the carnage we have seen coming out of Gaza. Today, I will introduce you to two of the people dearest to my heart in hopes that their stories will be heard by you and recognized as reasons, why we must ensure that this is passed. First, I'll tell you of Shahed. She's only 18 years old and she refers to me as her big sister. Her family is currently living in a tarp tent in Rafah near the Egyptian border. Here are some messages sent to me by Shahed on the night of the Super Bowl while Rafah was violently bombed. I'm sorry I have to read them fast because of the time limit. My sister, we are dying. Pray for us, sister. The situation is very difficult. My sister, the situation is very, very dangerous. My family and I are shaking with fear. My sister, we are dying. My sister, pray for us. My love, my sister, I am afraid whether I will survive or not. Always remember, my sister, that I love you very much and I wish I could meet you now, my love. Shahed explained to me later that she sent that last message as a parting message to me because she thought she was about to die. I'll now read you words from my best friend, Anas Ibrahim, a doctor at Al-Aqsa Martyrs Hospital in Deir al-Balah. His words were spoken over the sounds of a mother crying in despair over the loss of her 4-month-old baby who was martyred by injuries sustained after bombardment on their family home. Okay, he has passed, just 4 months old. I cannot help. I cannot help. And he was born inside the war. After 2 weeks from the beginning of this war, this baby was born. I cannot help. What do I do for this situation? It's very difficult. I cannot help. It was shortly after this especially devastating death when Anas, the person who I talk to most in this world every single day, sent me the following message. I am sorry, but I'm in a state of shock and I cannot speak. When I asked Anas and Shahed for a message to share with all of you today, they all had the same demand. We need an immediate and permanent ceasefire now. Please pass HG2. HG2, please pass it. Stop this. Ceasefire now.
Thank you very much for your personal testimony. Next is Hannah Pursley.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Hannah Pursley, and I am testifying today as both a Jewish Marylander and a licensed social worker. I specialize in working with immigrant and refugee youth. As a child welfare professional, I wanted to share the dire conditions Gaza's children are currently facing. According to UNICEF, at least 17,000 Palestinian children are now unaccompanied. This means that either their parents have been killed or separated from them. UNICEF also reports that 1,000 Palestinian children have lost one or both legs and has stated that Gaza is, quote, the most dangerous place in the world to be a child, end quote. It is also important to consider the toll the military operation is taking on the mental health of Gaza's children. UNICEF estimates that nearly all of the 1 million children in Gaza will require mental health and psychosocial support services to begin healing from this trauma. 12,500 children have already been killed, and famine and disease are slated to take thousands more children's lives in the coming weeks and months should these conditions continue with no intervention. With 10% of children under 5 acutely malnourished and others already dying of dehydration and malnutrition, numerous major global aid organizations have repeatedly stated a ceasefire is necessary to facilitate the delivery of life-saving aid. The plight of Gaza's children is so severe that medical staff in Gaza were forced to create the new acronym WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. Given the millions of Maryland tax dollars that are sent to Israel annually, we are accountable to these children, and at least we owe it to them to say we do not tolerate this violence. It would be callous and inhumane to not advocate for their safety and an immediate ceasefire. For this reason, I urge a favorable report of HJ2. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've been through 12 pages of testimony. We have a total of 19 pages. So I want to first of all thank everyone who's been sitting so patiently waiting for your turn. And the committee appreciates you taking the time out of your lives to come here and speak to us. I'm going to continue on because we want to get everybody their 2 minutes of time. The next group is individual Samina Sabir, Khaled Abudadid, Leila Elidad, Reem Azam, Jonathan Rockhind, and Michelle Bollinger. All right. Looks like, why don't you start? Are you, Khaled? No, okay.
I'm Jonathan Rockhind.
Okay, Jonathan, you start.
Sure. Thanks. My name's Jonathan Rockhind. I'm a Jewish Marylander speaking on behalf of the Baltimore chapter of Jewish Voice for Peace, and I'm a resident of District 34A. Thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of HJ2. Over the past 4 months, we have witnessed the most brutal military assault on a civilian population of the 21st century. Indiscriminate violence with no strategy or endgame or realistic plan other than the intended destruction of all aspects of Palestinian society in Gaza. This is attempted genocide. Many of us in JVP have friends and family in Israel who are against this forever war, who are for a permanent ceasefire with all hostages returned, and who are imploring those of us who are Jews in America to do whatever we can to stop our US government from encouraging, enabling, protecting, and funding the most destructive and violent impulses of the Israeli government and society. To stop encouraging an Israeli government which has said it is unwilling to accept a long-term ceasefire, even to return all Israeli hostages. The US must stop irresponsibly encouraging more violence and instead insist upon a negotiated ceasefire with the return of all hostages. And it's our responsibility as Americans to say so. That's simply what this resolution does. Genocidal violence can never make Jews safer anywhere. When we normalize treating any population like Gaza is being treated, no one is safe. This brutality will leave behind horrific consequences for Jewish Israelis as well as Palestinians. It has to stop now. We want to tell you as Jews that you are not required to choose sides between Jews and Muslims or between Israeli and Palestinian safety. What you are instead called to do in this time is to choose the dignity of all human life over murderous violence and the annihilation of a society. Our actions in this time will be remembered and have consequences for generations to come. Jewish Voice for Peace urges you, please, to return a favorable report on HJ2. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much. Next is Khaled Abu Dhabi. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your name correctly.
No worries, no worries. It's Khaled Abu Hatab. Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Khaled Abu Hatab. I'm a resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the House Joint Resolution 2, which calls for supporting a long-term ceasefire in Gaza. This bill represents a critical step towards promoting peace, stability, and justice in the region. As of today, you've heard it multiple times, more than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed, more than 70,000 wounded in Gaza. The loss of innocent lives is tragic and unacceptable. Personally, I have been affected by this conflict. Many members of my extended family have been killed in this ongoing genocide in Gaza. 13 of them were killed in one Israeli airstrike on January 4th this year. Honestly, enough is enough. Just look around. The number of people here testifying in support of this resolution should tell you what your constituents is looking for, should tell you what the American population in general is looking for. Those who are opposing this resolution are a minority, and we know that they have their own agenda that comes to them from elsewhere. This war has resulted in immense suffering for 2.3 million Palestinians, with countless lives lost and communities torn apart. It is clear that a lasting ceasefire is essential to prevent further bloodshed, to create the conditions for peaceful resolution to this conflict. This bill aligns with our values as a nation. We are a country that stands for peace, democracy, and human rights. By supporting ceasefire in Gaza, we uphold these values and demonstrate our commitment to promoting peace and stability around the world. I urge a favorable report on House Joint Resolution 2. Let us stand together in solidarity with the people of Gaza and work towards a future where all individuals can live in peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sabina Sahir.
Hi, thank you so much for this opportunity to speak. My name is Samina and I live in Montgomery County. People are suffering every single minute in Palestine. Innocent people, children are being killed and starved. Israel has cut off food, water, electricity, fuel, any sort of aid from entering into Gaza. Israel is bombing schools, hospitals, homes, everything and anything. How can the US aid and support a country that is openly murdering children? Entire families and bloodlines are being wiped out. Palestinians have been enduring this oppression for the last 75 years plus 150 days. The massacres that are unfolding every single day in Palestine are at the hands of Israel and the US. Imagine if it was your child who was being starved and murdered simply for being who they are and where they were born. These children and people are not just numbers. They are humans who deserve to live just like us. We will not stop fighting for them. How many more innocent children have to die before we take action? We must end this. Ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you. Raib Azab.
Good afternoon. My name is Reem Azam, and I'm asking you to support the ceasefire resolution with a heavy heart, knowing that there's little left of Gaza to save. We're too late to save most of its infrastructure, its bakeries, its schools, its churches, its mosques, and all the special places that make Gaza a cherished home to its people. But we are not too late to stop the impending final stage of its ethnic cleansing. We are not too late to save lives that would otherwise perish if we continue to remain silent. And we are not too late to save the soul of our nation that now stands fully complicit in the worst horrors of our modern times. Across the globe, people and nations are refusing to bear the crime of silence in the face of genocide. Yet the United States remains recklessly committed to full diplomatic and financial support for Israel's crimes, shamelessly standing in opposition to the international community at the UN 3 times. 4 times if we count last week's blocking of a Security Council statement on the horrific Flower Massacre. That's in addition to our history of vetoing over 30 UN resolutions meant to protect Palestinians long before October the 7th. We here in Maryland sent nearly 80 million to fund Israel's injustice and crimes. Money that was used to bomb the hospital where 13-year-old Dina Abu Muhsin, already an amputee, laid in her hospital bed, killing her. Money that was used to purchase the white phosphorus that burns down to the bone. Money that was used to murder over 70 Israeli hostages. Money that was used to murder 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her family while they fled for safety. Money that was used to murder Yusuf Zaino and Ahmed and Madhoun, the paramedics attempting to rescue Hind. Money that was used to murder over 30,000 on our watch. We in Maryland stand fully complicit until we take a stand against this. Finally, I believe it's only a matter of time before the American people and the world at large hold everyone accountable who aided and abetted the genocide. Your decision here will forever shape your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Layla Ella Haddad and Michelle Bollinger, not here. Hiba Awad, Philip Emirates, Arif Ramadan, Sarah El-Kasabani, Farida Khalid. Please start.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Hiba Awad. Madam Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Thank you for those that have been listening. I've been looking around the room and many of you have been listening to our stories diligently and have made us feel seen and heard. Thank you. Some others have not been as diligent, and I plead for you to please open your heart and listen to my story. I'm here to share my story of my family. So as I mentioned earlier, on October 19th of 2023, 28 members of my family were killed in an Israeli airstrike while they were in their home. We've lost 4 generations. The youngest was 1 year old, and the eldest was 77. We're still in denial that they're gone. Through journalists and social media accounts that are on the ground, we have seen the bodies of my cousins charred, being carried out of their home in rubble. I pray that not a single member or person in this room will ever have to face seeing their entire family in body bags. The evidence is told everywhere.
If you haven't seen the footage, please see what's going on for real. The reason we have so many testimonies is because this is about life and death. And 5 months later, we're still here. I still have more than 50 members of my family that are displaced, that are in the south in Rafah. They have no homes. They've lost all of their savings. They have nothing. They've lost their businesses. They can't even leave. They are under siege. The past 3 weeks, we've lost 2 members of my family just because of hunger and no medical care. By adopting this resolution, you are showing that Maryland does not have double standards and that you care about every single human life. Please, if you can add the word permanent to ceasefire, I would appreciate it. And thank you for listening to us.
Thank you.
We're counting on you.
Philip Emirates,
Yes.
go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking the time to hear us speak. Many have come before me and have shared many of the stark and horrific details of what's going on. It is unequivocal. Genocide is happening in Gaza against the Palestinian people. Over 5 months, an average. My name is Philip Emirates. Over the 5 months we've seen so far, an average of 170 women and children killed every single day. It's indefensible. It is grotesque. The US government has vetoed 3 Security Council resolutions with overwhelming majority support. The UN General Assembly continues to vote in overwhelming majority support for a ceasefire, and has for the last nearly 60 years consistently voted that Israel's occupation of Palestinian territories is illegal. And the US continues to provide the political screening. The US is the #1 obstacle to the safety and security of Palestinian people in this world. It cannot continue. It is extraordinary that we have to still be here today talking about this, that there is any consideration of nuance to over 10,000 children killed in less than half a year. You must vote for a ceasefire, and the ceasefire must not be the final step. It must be the first step in dismantling Israeli apartheid and protecting the Palestinian people. They have a right to live. They are human beings, and they should be alive today, and they're not, because Israel continues to massacre the civilian population and the US continues to protect them and allow them to conduct these atrocities against humankind. Ceasefire now, free Palestine.
Thank you. Next is Araf Ramadan. They there? Are they here? All right. Sarah Elkasabadi. Sorry, you're online there.
Thank you. I want to begin by acknowledging that we gather today on the ancestral lands of the Piscataway peoples who were unjustly removed, and that we living in Maryland are the beneficiaries of that removal. Madam Chairperson and members of the committee, I am Sara El-Kasabani from Tacoma Park in Montgomery County. I have been a Maryland resident for 29 years, and I support this resolution because I believe, as tax-paying US citizens, we are complicit in the depravity currently being inflicted on the Palestinian people, and collectively, we must send a clear message that this needs to end. The most recent estimate places the civilian death toll in Gaza over 30,000, with 25,000 being women and children. These staggering numbers are not just numbers. These are people. Each person had a precious, unique life before it was violently and unjustly taken with the help of our tax dollars. In addition to death on a massive, unimaginable scale, the people of Gaza are being starved, traumatized, and abused in front of the entire world. And we must not stand idly by while it happens. We must make a bold statement that this is wrong and we do not support it. As a Marylander and as a human, I believe we need to do anything we can to end this suffering. and support not only peace, but justice as well. We must pass this resolution today. Ceasefire now and free Palestine.
Thank you. Fahia Khalid.
My name is Fariha Khalid, and I'm a resident and a student in Maryland. In the past 149 days, we in Maryland, just like the entire world, have seen unjust killings of more than 30,000 Palestinians through bombings that have exceeded the levels of the nuclear bombs and those dropped in Afghanistan for over several years. And all this is happening to a people who have experienced some of the most devastating conditions of deprivation for the past 75 years. And for the longest time, they have lived in fear of death, starvation, or being taken away by Israeli forces as hostages. And now their parents are collecting bodies of children, the limbs of children, in plastic bags. For those who say that this is not an issue affecting Maryland, let me say that my community here and our allies are the proof that the loss of human life is an issue that affects everyone. We represent a growing majority of people of all faiths, identities, and lived experiences, not backed by any wealthy lobby or an interest group, but our shared humanity. As Marylanders who refuse to stand by while our tax dollars fund the inhumane actions of Israel, we urge you to support this bill. We would rather see our tax dollars be invested in fostering human dignity and social justice here in Maryland, in our country, and across the globe. What hurts us is to see that our money being unconditionally given to a regime that indiscriminately bombs and opens fires to instill collective punishment on people whose lands it occupies and whose lives it controls. I have faith in this assembly that it will lead the way in strengthening the voices of millions of Marylanders and Americans who want an immediate and permanent ceasefire so that we can work towards a free and dignified Palestine. Lastly, I want all of us to recall that Palestinians showed up for George Floyd. They showed up for social justice in our country. Today is our time to send them the message. Maryland calls for a permanent ceasefire.
I want to take a minute here. I want to thank you personally for sharing your personal stories about your family, especially. Our hearts go out to all of you who have suffered, your own families, and this is personal for so many people. And we really want to acknowledge and see that you're here, the time that you've taken, and the willingness that you are to share your stories. So I just want to speak on behalf of the committee. We still have a few more pages of witnesses to go, but I just want to take a moment to, at this time, especially the recent testimony we've just heard in the last panel or two. So thank you again for being here, and we will continue on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That means a lot for us.
The next group, Dahit Soni, David Zirin, Susan Rogers, Michaela Wilkes, and Shana Sarik.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity. My name is Diljit Kaur Soni, and I'm an attorney and mother of 3 in Howard County. As a granddaughter of Punjabi Sikhs, of whose homeland was split in 2, I identify with the colonized and the oppressed, as do many of your constituents who have spoken today. This issue is in global headlines with massive local impact. As members of the Maryland General Assembly, you have been elected to ensure that our assets are safeguarded, and we trust that you will ensure that, quote, public funds are appropriately managed and spent, unquote. The state of Maryland, according to IRS federal income tax data, spends nearly $80 million of our taxpayer funds to provide Israel with weapons to kill innocent civilians. Howard County specifically is about to cut 348 teacher jobs, including math and reading specialists and support for students with special needs. Instead of funding an ongoing genocide, we could have instead funded 1,000 teachers with that money, with thousands left over to help our communities here. Nearly 70% of Americans support the United States calling for a permanent ceasefire, including Representatives Jamie Raskin, Kwesi Mfume, Angela Alsobrooks, Brian Freitenberg, and David Trone. They joined 80 U.S. cities and counties in calling for a ceasefire to end this violence. By supporting a ceasefire, lawmakers like you are championing a humane stance that aligns with most Americans and fosters a true commitment to peace, diplomacy, and what our state stands for, inclusivity. You are supporting the safe release of all hostages who remain and political prisoners in thousands, including Palestinian children who are unjustly detained by the Israeli government and sexually abused. We don't see that in the headlines because of massive disproportionality and the dehumanization of Palestinians worldwide. We cannot bomb our way to peace. Please adopt this joint resolution. And I will say that I have personally, my daughter is in this car behind me and she refuses in this because of the Zionists who are very angry and aggressive at rallies locally. We have evidence
Thank
of
you
this.
very much for your testimony. Next, David Zirin. You're on mute.
Hi, Dave Zirin. Hello. I'm a journalist here in Maryland, a resident of this great state, and I wanted to testify because I want to be perfectly clear about something. There is absolutely nothing anti-Semitic about calling for a ceasefire to end Israel's war on Gaza. To call this plea for peace anti-Semitic means calling Jewish organizations and rabbis across the country making this urgent call anti-Semitic. It means calling Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders anti-Semitic. It means calling our friends and neighbors where I live, many of them lifelong peace and justice activists, anti-Semitic. This is not a serious argument. It is a slander. It is also insulting and frankly anti-Semitic to paint all Jews as supporting Israel's horrific war on the people of Gaza just because we are Jewish. Benjamin Netanyahu does not speak for me, and neither does the IDF. As for the 100 Israeli hostages, given that more have died from Israeli bombings than at the hands of Hamas, a ceasefire seems more than logical, and to not call for one is to consign more hostages to death as well. As a Jewish Marylander, I wholeheartedly reject the idea that calling for a ceasefire is anti-Semitic. In fact, it is a moral necessity. And I am having a tough time explaining to my Jewish, beautiful children why we haven't called for a ceasefire yet, because to them it is common sense. Where there is a war on civilians, we must call for peace. So I call upon the representatives to stand up to what can only be described as a genocide and call for a ceasefire. We can be a leader for other states and take this stand, and we must. The whole world is watching, and our inaction sends a message all of its own.
Thank you. All right, Susan Rogers.
Thank you. Good afternoon, lawmakers in Maryland. My name is Susan Rogers, and I'm a longtime resident of Tacoma Park. I have a PhD in conflict studies from the University of Colorado, and I have worked in 22 countries. I'm also a member of the Democratic Socialists of America, the Montgomery County branch, and a member of the Tacoma Park Quaker meeting. Both my organizations have formally endorsed ceasefire in Gaza. As you know, Quakers have a long history of carrying out humanitarian assistance and leading efforts to build peace in situations of conflict. We hold that principles under international humanitarian law, including the Fourth Geneva Convention, must be respected. This is not happening in Palestine. While my mental and emotional health has been challenged, seeing the Israeli genocide of so many Palestinians, I am also aware of the aggressive Zionist colonial behavior towards Palestinians that have gone on for 75 years, displacing over 750,000 Palestinians and taking over their land. But my emotional health is nothing like what Palestinians in my own country are facing. One of them, Helen Hamhan, is actually someone that I went to kindergarten with and I've remained close friends with. Her husband has lost several family members in Gaza, and so I am grieving with that entire family. I was so pleased to see Maryland Delegate Acevero's resolution related to ceasefire and its co-sponsors. I feel this resolution is both comprehensive and balanced, and there should be no excuse for anyone in the legislature to not support this resolution. So I want you to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Michaela Wilkes. Okay, I'll be trying. Shana Shaky?
Oh, I thought you said Shauna when you said
No,
earlier.
Shauna, I'm sorry.
No, well, that's not me.
Shauna Shake it. I can't say, I'm sorry. I'm terrible with these names. SHAIKH. Not here. Michaela Wilkes not here. Okay. We'll move on to the next page. Cassidy Crystal Cohen, Noel Black, Khadija Abd Allah, Aurora Eagle Pratt, Cheryl Barnes. Cassidy?
Yes, hi. Good afternoon. My name is Cassidy Crystal Cohen, and I'm a Jewish constituent of Maryland. I want to make clear that your constituents are taking note of which delegates are still in this room and which delegates have left. And I want to thank the delegates who are still here and who are still paying attention for your time and your compassion. I want to remind this body that in the spring of 2022, you voted in support of a resolution standing in solidarity with the government and people of Ukraine. In the past 5 months, 3 times the amount of civilians have been killed in Gaza than have been killed in Ukraine in the past 2 years. I want to ask this committee if Ukrainian lives matter more than Palestinian lives. I want to ask this committee if the health and well-being of European children matter more than the health and well-being of Palestinian children. I want to ask if the sovereignty and dignity of the Ukrainian people is more important to this committee than the sovereignty and dignity of the Palestinian people. I would hope that my elected officials answer these questions with a resounding no. For the past 5 months, we have witnessed an all-out assault on every meaningful aspect of civilian life in Gaza. We have seen Israel use starvation and the obstruction of aid as an intentional weapon of war against the Palestinian people. I say this firmly as a Jew whose ancestors escaped ethnic cleansing in Eastern Europe. What we are witnessing is a genocide. And this genocide is being funded by the taxpayer dollars of your constituents here in Maryland. When we say never again, we mean never again for anybody. I ask that you vote on this resolution as if it were your family living in Gaza, or your child who has missed meal after meal for weeks on end. Please vote in support of HJ2. Thank you.
Thank you. Noel Black.
Hello, my name is Noel Black. I'm a resident of Mondawmin and a constituent of District 40. I'm speaking as a journalist and as a Middle East Studies specialist who's published research on the application of international law to the case of Palestine and Israel. Many other people have had much more touching and effective testimony than I think I could possibly deliver. So I will simply say that as a journalist, the targeting of media professionals by the Israeli military is particularly haunting, as it is a clear attempt to eliminate the global community's ability to monitor war crimes and genocide, and to counter disinformation that is purposefully disseminated by the Israeli military and government. And from here, I will simply read some of the names of our journalist colleagues in Gaza who've been murdered by the Israeli occupation forces. I doubt I'll get into any significant number of the 89 journalists who have been murdered by the Israeli forces. Zaid Abu Zaid, 35, Allah Hams, 35, Angam Ahmed Adwan, Yasser Mahmoud Ofaidi, 40, Nafez Abdul Jawad, Rizq Al-Karabli, 40 years old, Muhammad Abdullah, just 24, younger than myself, Iyad Al-Ruwag, Yazan Al-Zuwaidi, Muhammad Jamal Sobi Al-Thalathini, Ahmed Badir, Hiba Al-Abdallah, Abdullah Iyad Brees, 26, my own age, Hamza Al-Dahdu, Mustafa Thuraya, Akram Al-Shafi. That was not even a dent. I urge the committee to return a favorable result.
Hadia Abba Allah.
Good afternoon. My name is Khadija Abdullah. I'm a Howard County resident and I'm a junior at UNPC studying information systems. I wanted to offer a different perspective and testify on behalf of myself and thousands of other students also in the University System of Maryland who I know share my sentiments within the University System of Maryland, the USM. Myself and countless others have been relentlessly advocating both at the university level that we attend and the university system level for our universities to collectively divest from any and all entities complicit in the genocide of Palestinian people, regardless of our advocacy to prevent my university's dollars from being invested into blood money. My tax dollars continue to be, and I'm sick knowing that my money is being used to kill hundreds of members of our own families, while thousands in Maryland don't have homes to live in. I'm not going to pretend that I need to educate you anymore after everything you've heard and after all the news I know you've seen. I know you've heard it all at this point. But what I will say is I hope you do not hypocritically brush this off as an international issue, as countless sports have done before you when you did release a resolution in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. I also want to remind you that a ceasefire is necessary for the return of all hostages. We are well aware Maryland passing a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire will not make Israeli occupation forces drop their weapons and stop killing people. We know that, but what you do have is the opportunity to trailblaze the way for other states to follow you, to send a strong message against genocide and eventually place pressure on the White House, similar to how Alaska did in 1948 when they passed the first anti-discrimination law in the US. Sometimes doing the right thing isn't easy, and sometimes you won't get unequivocal support, but I guarantee you, if you continue to be blind and silent on Palestinian suffering, it will be a dark, embarrassing stain on our collective history. Might I add, Israel has been unlawfully imprisoning children and families for decades long before October 7th. And I also wanted to mention that the University of Maryland Baltimore SGA has released a statement calling for a permanent ceasefire. I know more universities will follow, and I know thousands of students across the system support this and will support you all voting in favor of this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Cheryl Barnes.
Yes, I am here. And I have been on this line. I just ran in from my car for an hour and a half. 3.5 hours, and so grateful to everyone who is still actively listening. Why should Maryland be the first state to call for an immediate long-term ceasefire in Israel and the occupied Palestine, the return of all hostages, including Palestinian hostages who have been charged with nothing, the delivery of adequate humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people? And I forgot to say my name, Cheryl Barnes, Tacoma Park. I also work with Honor the Earth, and I'm here in full support of HJ 0002. As a longtime voting resident of Maryland and a Jewish descendant of a long line of Orthodox rabbis with family in Israel, I reiterate the point that Zionism is not Judaism, and genocide is not security. I have a hard time understanding why this very low bar of a ceasefire resolution is still under debate. Is it enough that Maryland constituents and Americans overwhelmingly have been calling for a ceasefire for months? Is it enough that Maryland was on the wrong side of this issue in South Africa and Namibia, and we have a chance to do this right now? We have a chance to lead now. Is it enough that this is the way to get the hostages back, as has been seen? Is it enough that Israel's in violation of every relevant international law, and we are law-abiding Marylanders, and we believe in international law? Is it enough that there is no military solution to this conflict, as has been shown through many conflicts of the past? This is not a way to defeat Hamas, and the reasons or excuses given to not call for a ceasefire do not hold up under scrutiny. Is it enough that the far right Israeli government has made it blatantly clear they do not and will not distinguish between Hamas fighters and newborn babies? Is it enough that the U.S. is considering sending our own people to this fight? We're asking you to take a leadership role and let the federal people pushing this war know that Maryland wants a ceasefire now. If you
Thank you
won't
so
support
much.
it, we'd like to know why. If you won't
Thank you
support
for
it,
your
we need to know
testimony.
why.
The next group, Hedda Zuberi, Eric Hiller, Kate Sugarman, Ruth Perrin. Okay, is Hedda there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. And your name isn't showing on your screen, so thank you. Just identify yourself for the record, please.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair Haley, Vice Chair Holmes, and distinguished members of the Rules Committee. My name is Henna Zuberi. I'm the Director of Advocacy for Justice for All. We're a human rights organization committed to genocide prevention for over 30 years. I'm testifying in support of HJ02. For us, ceasefire means peace. It means stop killing children. It means the return of all hostages and prisoners. It means food and water for millions. For goodness sakes, people in Gaza are eating grass. For more than a decade, I've dedicated myself to genocide research and advocating for survivors. This extensive experience has deepened my understanding of the complexities and profound impacts of these atrocities. It is from this informed perspective that I address you. The situation in Gaza, which I do not hesitate to describe as genocidal, has direct repercussions in the US, challenging our very principles of freedom and justice. Many organizations have documented incidents where Americans' First Amendment rights are under threat due to our stance on Palestine, including right here in Maryland. 1 month after the ICJ has ordered immediately and effective measures to protect Palestinians in occupied Gaza Strip from the risk of genocide by ensuring humanitarian assistance and basic services, Israel has failed to take even the basic bare minimum to comply. In order to provide aid, the order to provide aid was one of the 6 provisional measures ordered by the court on the 26th of January, and Israel was given 1 month to report back on this compliance. And over that period, Israel has continued to disregard its obligation as the occupying power to ensure the basic needs of Palestinians in Gaza are met. I want to also talk about why this is a Maryland issue. Lockheed Martin is headquartered in Maryland and plays a significant role in exporting arms to Israel.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you so much. Eric Hiller.
Hello, my name is Eric Hiller. I am a Maryland resident. I am Jewish. I support this resolution. What does this resolution say? It begins, whereas all human life is precious. Whereas all human life is precious. This morning, health officials in Gaza announced the latest death of a child due to malnutrition and dehydration. According to the UN, over 500,000 people in Gaza are on the verge of starvation. This is not an accident. In yesterday's Washington Post, you can find a detailed article entitled, How Israel's Restrictions on Aid Put Gaza on the Brink of Famine. We are witnessing right now the complete obliteration of society. Everything is being decimated. Schools, libraries, religious institutions, archives of history, universities, and systematically the healthcare system is being dismantled, including the destruction, disabling of all the major hospitals. So what are we going to do about it? As a state of which you are the representatives, will we say it's not really our problem? Or we have other things to do, or it's too much of a hassle to deal with, too much political contention? Or, as a state, are we capable of demonstrating that who we are emanates from the basic premise that all human life is precious?
Thank you very much. Then Kate Sugarman.
Hello, I'm Dr. Kate Sugarman, and I want to thank the committee. I strongly support HJ 0002. I am a Jewish American physician. I live in District 15 in Potomac, Maryland. I'm also a dual citizen of Israel, so I'm an Israeli American citizen. I had lived in Israel, made the Zionist dream with my 3 boys, but had to return to the US because I knew that all 3 of my boys would be serving in the occupation. As a physician, as a Jewish American, as a member of Doctors Against Genocide, I strongly, strongly urge you to support HJ 0002. The state of Maryland can be a leader. We can lead the rest of the nation in supporting this resolution and supporting a ceasefire. As a Jewish American physician, this is the defining moment of my life, not in my name. I cannot rest while my country, my people are supporting this genocide, but we can stop this genocide. We can stop supplying arms to Israel. We can start funding UNRWA again, and the state of Maryland can be a leader in the moral imperative to stop this genocide. I urge you to support the resolution, and thank you for considering this.
Thank you very much. Next, Ruth Parent.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Ruth Perrin, and I am a Maryland resident, and I'm urging you to vote in favor of this resolution. As a Jewish person, I want to briefly say that calling for a ceasefire and stating that Israel is committing a genocide is not anti-Semitic, though I am very tired of having to take up precious time saying it. But when you insist on tying the Jewish people as a whole to Israel, when you say that the atrocities are committed in the defense of the Jewish people, you place the blame on Jewish people for Israel's crimes. But what I actually wanted to talk about is how children continue to be killed while we have sat here. Children continually are forced to starve to death while we sit here. I think we should all feel haunted by the lives unconscionably cut short by this indiscriminate and cruel campaign. I particularly am haunted by what those surviving children will experience, what they will experience when they grow up. I'm an attorney and I've worked in gender-based violence response for 10 years, and I have seen the lasting impact that trauma can have on a person. Trauma lives in the bodies of people who have experienced it, and it can alter them to their core. I have seen trauma affect people who experienced minutes of terror, who never get their sense of safety back. I cannot even begin to imagine the harm that the survivors will experience for the rest of their lives after experiencing months of genocide, of daily bombings, of starvation, disease, on top of the 17 years of blockade and 76 years of occupation and displacement. Each time I see a small child pulled from the rubble, shaking from fear, experiencing terror at the noise of drones, I can't help but wonder what their futures will be like, even under the best of circumstances. And more children are traumatized every single day. Trauma not only harms those who experience it, but it echoes through future generations. There are links between oppression and systemic violence, and future generations experiencing mental health, physical health issues, as well as an increased risk of experiencing domestic violence and sexual assault. Thank you. I urge you to vote for this resolution.
Thank you. The next group, Barry Trockenberg, Nashona Kess, Jacob Lang, Manoj Dejani, Nujal Syed. Okay. State your name and start. Okay.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Nashana Kess. I'm the Executive Director for the Maryland NAACP. I am a licensed attorney in this state, and I have a master's degree in legal studies and policy. We stand in support of this resolution. First, we certainly want to acknowledge that we did not agree with the October 7th, 2023 events. However, it is crucial to underscore the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. The people of Gaza are facing severe deprivation of food and housing, leading to an alarming high mortality rate. This situation transcends political affiliations and speaks to the very core of human rights, a cause that the NAACP has tirelessly fought throughout history. Our commitment to justice and equality compels us to stand in solidarity with those who suffer, irrespective of their nationality or background. The humanitarian crisis in Gaza requires immediate attention and action from Maryland. This is not just a call for ceasefire. It is a plea for humanity and a need for provisions of essential needs to those caught in the crossfire of this conflict. Moreover, it is imperative to highlight that the ongoing conflict and strategies employed stand in stark violation of the Geneva Conventions. These international laws were established to protect the rights of civilians during times of war, setting forth the principle that all parties must conduct hostilities with respect for human life and dignity. We need this General Assembly to call upon all parties involved in the conflict to adhere to international humanitarian law. And with the time I have left, I just wanted to point out that earlier we talked about the Israeli hostages. And Madam Chair, thank you so much for acknowledging some of the family members here. But if you were to ask these family members, the Palestinians here in Maryland, whether their family members are okay, I'm sure they would say they are dying. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let's see. Would you please state your name and then give your witness?
Hello, my name is Manar Isaac Dajani. I am here in favor of this resolution, but I would first ask everyone to just give me a brief moment, look up from your devices, as I had promised my aunt that I will do everything in my power to ensure her safety, but I am too late. We are not too late for the rest of the 2.2 million people in Gaza. My aunt, along with her son, their last words to me was pray for us. So I will pray for the rest of the 2.2 million people in Gaza. We cannot define violence with violence. We cannot continue a cycle of violence. There is no reason why we should not call for a ceasefire today. There is no reason we should allow children to starve to death. I say my aunt died in a humane way compared to the rest of the Gazans now, how they are dying. They're being amputated, no anesthesia, dying of sepsis, dying of hunger, dying from the cold. This is a man-made genocide funded by our tax dollars. Money that could feed the homeless here, shelter the homeless here, is going to kill children over there. We should not stand for this. We should not be complicit in this. This is disgusting. This is inhumane. I just don't understand how anyone could justify this genocide. My aunt, along with over 100 of my family members, friends and family members, are still under the rubble. And I thank God that they didn't starve slowly to death. At least they're rid of this disgusting world that we live in, who is silent about genocide. Silent about a genocide. Never again means never again for everyone. Ceasefire now.
Very sorry for your loss. Very, very sorry for your loss. And we will we have to continue the hearing and hear from other people as well, but please know that we are listening and we do see you. Okay, so Jacob Lang, is he here? Okay, Barry Trachtenberg. Is Barry here? No. Okay. And that was Dujon was the person who just spoke. Irfan Galleria, Sarah Shakir, Ariana Katz, and this M. Abdul Ali. That's the last group.
Sorry, you called my name and said I spoke, but I haven't spoken yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Please go forward. You go first.
Okay. My name is Najum Sayad. I am a resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. I am testifying before you today to show my strong support for Resolution HJ2. As of today, 30,000 Palestinians have been murdered in Gaza by the brutal assault of the Israeli government. Of those 30,000 are 12,000 children. These statistics do not include the number of displaced, starving, orphaned, wounded, as well as those that are still under the rubble. If these numbers don't shock your humanity, then we need to check our moral compass. This is not a war on Hamas, as few would like you to believe. This is a war on Palestinians, innocent men, women, and children. A ceasefire is absolutely a Maryland issue, as we are taxpayers that are directly contributing to the aggression. We are local Palestinians that have family members in Gaza, many of whom have personally lost loved ones, as you just heard the moving testimony of Manar. You can see horrendous and painful images coming out from Gaza daily, hourly even. Just less than a week ago, the IDF slaughtered over 100 innocent civilians waiting to receive life-saving aid in what is being called the Flower Massacre. Sadly, this massacre is not even the worst that has been perpetrated by the IDF. From the beginning of this ongoing genocide, we've seen images that are going to haunt us till the day we die. The body of a young man squished in unimaginable ways by an Israeli bulldozer will never leave our minds. It is our responsibility as humans, lawmakers, and upright citizens of society to put a stop to injustice any way we can. I did also want to respond to someone who mentioned that there was a ceasefire on October 7th, but that ceasefire that was mentioned doesn't mention the siege, the illegal occupation, and the land grabs, as well as the detaining of children as young as 8-year-olds in military prisons of Israel. So yes, the war would have been over for Israel, but Palestinians would have continued to be besieged, occupied, and denied their basic rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Irfan Galleria.
Yes. I'm here. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for your time and thank you for this opportunity. My name is Irfan Galleria. I'm an American plastic and reconstructive surgeon, and I currently live in Northern Virginia. I spent over 10 days in Gaza as a physician to help take care of civilian casualties. I worked and lived in the European Gaza Hospital. I was there from January 29th to February 7th. I've been on almost 24 humanitarian medical trips. I've provided care at natural disaster sites. I've been in war zones, but what I saw in Gaza was not war. It was annihilation. I understand in war, there'll be collateral civilian casualties and displaced citizens. But what I saw was a collateral humanitarian crisis on an unimaginable scale. I saw over 1 million people struggling to survive, struggling for shelter, struggling for food, struggling for clean drinking water. And through all of this, they had to endure constant attacks. The brutality was relentless and incessant. Bombs after bombs, sometimes every 30 seconds, would come raining down from the skies. And I could not only hear, but I could feel the operating room shake while I was trying to help these people. From what I saw and what I heard, it appeared there was no distinction being made between civilian targets and military targets. The patients I cared for told me the same stories over and over again. They were sleeping in their homes when their families were bombed. The healthcare system in Gaza has collapsed. There's little capacity left to care for the wounded and the rest of the civilian population. What I saw was that hospitals were being attacked, healthcare workers were being killed and imprisoned, and we were operating with limited medical supplies. There is no pain medication to use to alleviate their suffering. I had to perform amputations on limbs that I wouldn't have had to do if I had access to equipment here in America. There needs to be an immediate ceasefire to end this horrific man-made crisis. I appreciate, again, your time, and I support Resolution HJ0002. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Shakir.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Shakir, and I'm a longtime resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. I'm here to testify in support of House Joint Resolution 2. Today, I want to talk about an acronym, possibly the most haunting acronym that the world has ever produced. An acronym that is unique to Gaza and came into being because of the war waged on its people. The acronym should shock and deeply sadden anyone with basic morality. This acronym is WCNSF and stands for Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. You'll find it written on the little bodies of injured and alone children in Gaza. You see, thousands of wounded children in Gaza have been pulled from or have wandered out from under the rubble of their homes alone without a single surviving family member. According to media reports, 17,000 children fall into this category, with children being added and removed daily. Added because Israel has unleashed yet another round of devastation on Gaza, and removed for the same reason, or because they've succumbed to their wounds. After treatment or having surgery, often without anesthetics, orphan children continue to hang around the hospitals because they have nowhere left to go and no one to care for them. Earlier this year, UNICEF spokesperson James Elder described how he had encountered the terrifying frequency at which children who lost their entire families were coming into the hospitals. After every air raid, there are unaccompanied children in need of hospital admission with no one to look after them. By any standards, this is savagery. It is unacceptable for our precious tax dollars to be used to orphan, maim, and murder children and their families. I request you vote in favor of this resolution, and I thank you.
Thank you. Is Ariana Katz here or virtually? No, not here. Okay. And the last witness on this bill, this resolution, is M. Abdul Ali. In person. Here or not? Okay, not here. That concludes the public hearing on this House Joint Resolution. And we do have 2 more resolutions to have hearings on. So I'm sorry. Oh, okay, yes. So we are finished with this. If you want to stay for the others, you're certainly welcome to do that. But we are finished with this public hearing. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the committee, please take House Joint Resolution 6. Delegate Jacobs is here to present his resolution. Welcome.
Welcome.
Do you have a panel?
I am the panel.
You are the panel. All right. Welcome.
I was just letting it disperse a little bit. All right, Madam Chair and members of the House Rules Committee, I'm here today to present House Joint Resolution 6, which is supporting a resolution to support the governor's request for federal commercial fishery disaster declaration and encouraging further efforts to obtain certain assistance to protect and rehabilitate the state's commercial fisheries. And it's a pretty straightforward resolution. It really talks about what had happened that last March, the governor declared the disaster and asked for the disaster relief through the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act and the Interjurisdictional Fisheries Act, and it was declined by the Department of Commerce late this past December, early January, saying that the financial disaster wasn't high enough, wasn't enough, and hopefully everybody on this Rules Committee understands the magnitude of the blue catfish and the damage they're doing in the Chesapeake Bay. In my opinion, it's probably the biggest impediment right now in the Chesapeake Bay is this invasive predator, which is really doing enormous damage to many species in the bay. And you know the purpose of this joint resolution is really to get the Maryland General Assembly to be behind the governor in these efforts and stand united as we move forward with it. This is a very serious problem, and hopefully through further negotiations with the federal counterparts, we can get this disaster taken care of in a meaningful way. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the sponsor of this resolution? Okay, I see no one. We have one other witness in person, Andrea Krooms.
Right.
Good afternoon. Now for the, specialty you're used to seeing me for. My name is Andrea Krooms. I am an environmental scientist. I'm testifying today in my personal capacity, but I do serve as the Department of Environment Director for Prince George's County. I am also a descendant of watermen from the Eastern Shore, and I just wanted to take a moment just to advise on a favorable report for this. I do agree, and I think the science does agree that this rises to the level of a disaster, and we should do everything we can to ensure that we're getting the amount of funding that we need to continue to restore the bay, not only for all of its beauty and all of its environmental value, but also for its economic value to the people who live on both shores of the Chesapeake Bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the witness? Seeing none, that concludes the hearing on this House Joint Resolution.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're on to our last piece of legislation, and then we will be going straight into our voting session rather than taking a break because the time has moved on so much. So this is House Joint Resolution 3, Delegate Williams. Chief of Staff is going to make her. Oh, is Delegate? Oh, she's coming in. Very good. Delegate Williams, welcome.
Hello.
Step right up.
I will be really quick because I'm probably the last one or second to last for the day.
You are the last of this part of our meeting. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And I don't know, I think my witnesses might be virtual, so I will go ahead and get started. All right. Good afternoon, members of the Rules Committee. I'm Delegate Nicole Williams of District 22. And I am testifying in favor of House Joint Resolution number 3, also known as the use of nuclear weapons. The purpose of this resolution is to reduce the possibility of the use of nuclear weapons within the United States and ultimately the world. If we pass this resolution here in Maryland, we will be joining 7 other state legislative bodies and over 75 municipalities and counties in support of this measure. Within the world, there are over 13,000 nuclear weapons. A majority of these deadly weapons are in possession by the United States and Russia. Being that the United States owns a large portion of the nuclear weapons worldwide, we as Americans have the power to create a difference in the usage possibility of nuclear weapons everywhere. We strongly urge the United States President and members of the United States Senate to endorse the treaty on the prohibition of nuclear weapons that would prohibit any form of nuclear activity. This treaty has already been implemented in 69 nations as of August 6th of 2023. The United States can and should join many other countries around the world working towards a safer world for all. Additionally, we urge members of the state's congressional delegation to co-sponsor House Resolution 77, which supports the guidelines of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. Both of these acts work to reduce the chances that nuclear weapons can cause extensive harm in the world. And for these reasons, I urge this committee to give a favorable report to House Joint Resolution number 3. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the sponsor? If not, Delegate, do you have a panel?
Yes, I do have a panel that should have signed up virtually. It should be 2 individuals.
Arthur Mulholland?
Yes.
And Gwen Dubois?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. We'll start with Mr. Mulholland. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Dr. Arthur Mulholland. I'm a physician. And I want to point out that in the late 1800s, the German Kaiser's physician, Dr. Rudolf Virchow, declared that politics is medicine writ large. So when it comes to public health, politicians are health professionals. And we present that nuclear weapons and nuclear war is a public health risk and deserves your attention as health professionals. The problem is large and outlined in the resolution. It's also so big that 140 editors of medical journals around the world created a op-ed editorial on this subject, all published exactly the same. It's right here. This is the editorial that was published around the world, calling for health professionals to do what they can to reduce the risk of nuclear weapons, to reduce the risk of nuclear war, and ultimately lead to the elimination of the weapons which really are a plague on the earth. So we see this resolution as a prescription for hope and survival of the planet, survival of this country, survival of this state. We want you to sign this prescription by passing it out of this committee. We want you to sign it, and we hope and trust that you will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The person who is on the screen, your name is listed as Terry Fitzgerald. Are you Gwen Dubois?
Yes, this is Dr. Gwen Dubois.
Okay, sorry for the mispronouncing your name. I've been doing that a lot today. Thank you.
Okay, Chairwoman Healy, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I've introduced myself. I'm President of Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of HA3 on the use of nuclear weapons. We join over 70 municipalities, 7 state legislatures, including 2 cities and 2 counties in Maryland, urging our federal government to change dangerous, outdated, expensive policies that increase the risk of nuclear war, policies that were created in the 1960s before there were cyber wars, computer bots, and hackers. The 5 outdated policies: presidential sole authority, willingness to launch a nuclear weapon first, having nuclear weapons ready to launch on warning, which increases the risk that they will be launched in error, resuming a destabilizing nuclear arms race, and making little attempt to negotiate nuclear disarmament with the other 8 armed nations. Why preventing nuclear war is a local issue? If just 1 nuclear bomb is launched, the death and injuries will be a massive local catastrophe. Hiroshima was hit with a small atomic bomb, and yet in a city of 250,000, there were 66,000 immediate deaths, and over half the population was dead by the end of the year from burns, traumatic injuries, and radiation. Most of the hospitals were destroyed or severely damaged, and 90% of the physicians and nurses were either dead or injured. Those who survived the initial bombing were left to suffer in pain without the aid of health professionals. Please turn that down. Pain medications, bandages, or transfusions. If 1 bomb falls in DC, many Marylanders will be among the casualties, and the federal government will be unable to help. It's a local matter because response to 1 bomb, even launched in error, could escalate to a global nuclear war and put everyone on the planet at risk. Estimates are that at least 300 million would die immediately and 5 billion people would be at risk of starvation over the next 2 years as soot from burning cities blocks the sunlight, dropping the Earth to ice age temperatures and changing the growing season to a nuclear winter. So local matter because we're paying for it. Maryland just paid an estimate $2 billion for the nuclear F-23. I urge you, please, to support this resolution. We know as physicians that after the bombs fall, there's no treatment. Prevention is priceless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one witness in person again, Andrea Cruz.
My name is Andrea Crooms. As a scientist who was here all day, it would have been irresponsible for me not to sign up to testify on this. The number of nuclear weapons in the world has declined significantly since the Cold War, down from a peak of approximately 70,300 in 1986 to an estimated 13,000 in early 2023. It is important to understand that 2,000 of these nuclear weapons are ready for deployment. That is that they could be used on notice of less than 24 hours. Many of them could be used on less than notice than 5 minutes. The pace of reduction has slowed significantly compared with the 1990s. Most of this work actually happened during the 1990s. Government officials often characterize these accomplishments as a result of current or recent arms control agreements, but again, not a lot of action since the 1990s. And the reduction at this point appears to only continue because of the dismantlement of retired weapons. And in fact, the trend is that military stockpiles, that is usable nuclear weapons, are increasing again. So our very existence as a species is threatened by the continuing ownership and threat of use of these weapons. And so I would request that you return a favorable report and advise the United States to continue to move towards nuclear disarmament and enter into this treaty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee for the sponsor or any of her panel or any of the speakers? Seeing none, thank you very much. That concludes the hearing on House Joint Resolution 3. And that concludes this portion of our meeting. We are going to now, as you know, we are also the Executive Nominations Committee for the House. And there's only a few nominations that we actually have to consider. They are on your agenda. If you don't have an agenda, there are 2 reappointments to Chesapeake College Board of Trustees and a new appointment to the Carroll County Board of License Commissioners. Delegate Holmes will make a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move favorable on the recess appointments for the Chesapeake College Board of Trustees, Ali Raza Jahari, Chesapeake College Board of Trustees for Mary Denard Turner, and Caroline County Board of License Commissioners for Michael Mann Sr. Move favorable, Madam Chair. Sorry.
Okay, and it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll take a voice vote. All those in favor of the 3 appointments, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes have it. So those are approved, and that will be moved on to the floor for the full House to take action on. Next, we have a list of re-referrals of bills that have been requested by the various standing chairs. So again, I'm going to ask Delegate Holmes to read the list of the bills that we want to re-refer today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move favorable on the re-referrals to the appropriate committee. The list of re-referrals are as follows: HB 1462, HB 1472, HB 1475, HB 1476, HB 1478, HB 1482, HB 1483, HB 1485, HB 1486, HB 1487, HB 1491, HB 1497, HB 1498, HB 1499, HB 1501, HB 1508, HB 1509, HB 1511, HB 1512, HB 1515, HB 1516, and HB 1495. Move favorable to appropriate committee, Madam Chair.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a second? Okay, it's been moved and seconded to re-refer these bills to the appropriate committees. All those in favor say, oh, sorry, there's discussion. Delegate Pippy.
Did he name every number on there? Okay.
Yes,
good.
he did. Many of us have been reading along.
Yeah.
Any others? Any other questions? All right. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Those will be re-referred to the appropriate committees. Is there a motion to adjourn? Okay, well, we're going to do this again next week. Maybe not such a long meeting, though.